Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And will you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Now's the time we have on our agenda to take a minute for anyone who would like to talk to the council about something that is not on tonight's agenda. What we have on tonight's agenda is one thing, which is the North 40 proposed specific plan. I see Mr. Shepherdson stepping up. So, Mr. Shepherdson, you don't even need to sit down. You can just go ahead. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To thine own self be true, William Shakespeare. I will not abide by that admonition right now. I'm going to act as if I am David Knapp, the former town manager of Los Gatos. He was raised in New York and then moved to San Antonio, Texas. He was accepted at West Point and went to a small liberal arts college. He retired as a captain in the Air Force in 1970. He became the town manager in Los Gatos in 1990, and then in 2000, the manager for Cupertino. And I, as Mr. Knapp, have been quoted in various articles commenting about the policing and the sheriff. And I have stated publicly that municipalities would be shocked at how much money they could save if they went to the sheriff. As an individual who both worked here in Los Gatos with a local police department and with the sheriff in Cupertino, I am in a unique position to know about policing and budgets. And I have found in my experience that it's one of the most favorable contracts that I have ever entered into as a town manager. The services are exceptional and the price is good. And Joel didn't put it up, so I will share with you. Now I'll move out of that role and back to myself and just comment. This is from Saratoga's annual budget. The city saves millions of dollars a year by contracting with the sheriff's office instead of employing the in-house police department. The city spent $4.2 million on the sheriff's office contract in fiscal year 2013-14. That accounted for just 25.4% of the city's general fund budget. It's important because we spend a net $11.2 million. They spend a net $4.2 million. That's a $7 million differential. And with that, I would also offer Cupertino. This is off of their budget report. We spend 41% of our general fund on the police department. Cupertino, I thought it was 20%. It's 8%.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson.
Thank you.
Diana Abadi. And I'll remind you, Ms. Abadi, although with the greatest respect, that this is for items not on tonight's agenda.
I am aware of that. Thank
Okay.
you, Mayor Jensen. So, hi, everybody. I'm Diana Abadi, the superintendent of the Los Gatos Union School District, and I'm actually here to thank Matt Morley and town staff for the green bike lanes that that have been put out. We have received positive comments from our parents, and I wanted to thank the council members for doing that and to invite you to join our students tomorrow at 12:30 and the mayor as we for the ribbon cutting. I also want to thank, again, it's Matt Morley and our Safe Routes to School Committee, which is a Los Gatos Montessorino Safe Routes Committee that will be hosting their first summit that the district, is going to be hosting at the Los Gatos Lodge. Mayor Jensen is going to be on a panel with our council members, and also County Supervisor Mike Wasserman. That's May 7th, so we hope you'll join us for that time too. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, come on out and you can see Diana Body, Superintendent of Schools, and your mayor in our bike helmets with our bikes testing out the green bike lanes. So thank you for that, Matt Morley. Anyone else that wants to talk to us about on verbal communications? Okay, seeing no one, I am going to move to the public hearing for tonight. And yes, this is listed as a public hearing in the staff report, and I know many of you, I look out the office, follow our staff reports pretty religiously. There was a recitation of how many meetings we've had over how many years on the North 40 and how many opportunities there were for public comment. And though we are not having people step to the podium tonight, I think we probably heard multiple times from all of you in the audience. But just before we get going, I am going to ask council members, since our last meeting, which was on March 3rd, to give us a summary of those meetings, personal meetings that they've had. And we've all received emails, communications, or documents from the community over that time. So Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. About 2 weeks ago, I met with one citizen that wanted to discuss the North 40. I have this Monday evening, I met with Summerhill and Grosvenor, and today I met with 2 citizens that said they were representing town, not city.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last meeting, I've had a couple of conversations, one in person and I think one by phone, with Don Capobres of Grosvenor, and I have most recently met with Tom Spilsbury, a resident of Los Gatos, who mainly discussed infrastructure on the North 40.
Since the last meeting, I've met with Leanne Marcelin, who's the president of the school board, and Diana Body about, among other things, the North 40. Jeff Lockridge about, among other things, the North 40. I attended the Los Gatos Community Alliance meeting where Mr. Capobres, sorry about that, Ms. Baker, and members of the Community Alliance were present. I have also met with Ed Rathman, who's the owner of Willow Street, and Jeff Whalen, Tom Spilsbury on the same subject as the Vice Mayor, and today with Tom Timo and Rod Teague, who represent Town Not City.
I have had several meetings with Grosvenor, as well as some representatives of the downtown business district, as well as some representatives of Town Not City, and some phone conversations with various citizens. And I've read all the correspondence, letters and such.
Since our last meeting, I've also met with representatives from Grosvenor and Summerhill. I've met with Tom Spilsbury, also on infrastructure issues, and have had 3 organized meetings with the Home and School Clubs of Blossom Hill, Van Meter, and Dave's Elementary, and have read all the correspondence that has arrived into my inbox.
I'm also going to just point out, and I think Ms. Pravetti is as well, our desk items. All of us have received correspondence from the school district regarding the agreement reached between the school district and Grosvenor. We've also received correspondence from various legal counsel, from Mr. Morimoto, from members of the Los Gatos Community Alliance, a link to social media for Town Not City, and what else am I forgetting? And I'm looking at all council members to make sure all of them have received that and read it as well. And everyone's nodding. So, Ms. Pravetti?
Thank you very much. Just a very brief staff report to kind of reset where we are. On March 3rd, the council had a brief deliberation regarding the North 40 specific plan, and at that time asked numerous questions of staff, primarily around housing and density bonuses. All of those responses are contained in your staff report for this evening. We've also provided to you all of the correspondence that has come to the town. We are well aware that you're receiving additional correspondence. The ones that are coming to staff are also being provided to you. I do want to point out in this afternoon's desk item, attachment number 67, which is being placed on the overhead thanks to our Parks and Public Works staff, we decided it was time for us to do a little bit of analysis to really understand what it might take to eliminate the significant traffic impact to the freeways. We were receiving quite a number of questions from council members, essentially grasping with, what is the combination of land uses that might help us identify and deal with traffic. So again, many thanks to Parks and Public Works. The first chart on the top identifies the alternatives and the development capacities that were part of the environmental impact report, and you'll see that there were 2 studies done, one with medical, general office, shopping centers, and hotel rooms, and the other really focused more on shopping and hotels. So those are projects A and B. And then there are 2 methodologies identified in the second table. The first is the MXD Plus methodology. This is the one we discussed back in December that acknowledges the internalization of trips and is really it's a newer methodology that's acknowledging the advantages of mixed-use developments. And you can see that there is the possibility to eliminate the freeway impacts with different combinations of medical office, general office, shopping center, and hotel rooms. The reason why we would still need to adopt a finding and a statement of overriding considerations is that this methodology was not used in the EIR. So we used the more traditional Institute of Traffic Engineers, the TRIPS and all of that, which is also in the second part of the table, which I'll mention in a minute. And so if it is the council's desire and you wished to acknowledge this methodology, you could acknowledge it as a fact in your statement of override, still make the findings of override, but acknowledge that this information is helping you make that statement of override. Secondly, we thought we should look at our more traditional methodology of using the ITE rates. And you'll see that with different combinations of medical office, general office, and shopping center and hotels, we are also able to eliminate those freeway impacts. And the detail is noted in the chart. So there are some different combinations. There may be other combinations out there, but we thought we should at least provide you a bracket to start for your conversation. This is by no means a staff recommendation, but rather provided more for your information and deliberations as you consider what might be appropriate development capacities for commercial development in the plan. And lastly, I just want to make a suggestion with respect to how you might wish to proceed this evening. In your staff report on page 6 are a list of issues that the council may wish to work through, starting with the number and location of residential units. I know the council has had the beginning of its conversation regarding this, but perhaps with the density bonus and other information, you might be ready to actually make a motion regarding how many homes you would like to see in the specific plan. Secondly, you might want to move on to the amount of commercial square footage and then the other issues as outlined on the proposed discussion framework. Deliberately, staff identified the big picture issues because really a lot of the details will fall from understanding how much development the council's interested in seeing in the plan area. But of course, it's up to the council, whatever order of the issues you would like to tackle. We've got a great staff team here for you today, our consultants as well as staff from Parks, Public Works, Planning, and Economic Vitality. So please feel free to ask your questions and we'll do our best to respond. That concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perfetti. And I am going to open up to all council for questions of whoever it might be appropriate, but I want to start out with a question about the chart that was just up, the new traffic chart. And I think it's a pretty general question, so I don't know if you need it up. Mr. Schultz, this may be for you as well. But there's a box that says need to adopt overriding considerations. It was my understanding that there's 2 significant unmitigatable impacts that were identified in the EIR. One was freeway impacts, and one was the historic impact of the loss of the orchard. It's my understanding that the freeway impact would be a separate statutory finding that the freeway is not in Los Gatos jurisdiction and would not necessarily be included in a statement of overriding considerations. However, that the orchard would always require a statement of overriding considerations. Is that correct?
That's correct. As to the second one, the orchard would require the overriding consideration. As to the first one, we'd like you to, if you were to adopt it, to do both, do the overriding considerations and make the findings that the freeway connection is not within our jurisdiction.
So I guess just to belabor the point, the overriding, it's pretty much a terminology at this point. The overriding considerations is something different. The freeway is a finding that it doesn't, a statutory factor doesn't apply because it's no longer a significant unmitigatable impact, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions? Anyone? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions are also on this chart, which I thought up after I peppered Mrs. Prevetti with other questions. So the first one, just trying to remember back to everything that's gone before us. The MXD was the new method that of calculating traffic, and it came up and said there wasn't going to be an effect. But you're basically saying since that's not the established ITE, we would still need to do an overriding consideration. Am I remembering all this correctly?
That's correct. And actually, back in December, we didn't do the analysis all the way to elimination of the freeway impact. As you recall, one of the options, it was eliminated just by virtue of using the methodology, but there were some others that needed some adjustments in the amount of development capacity to reduce it all the way to a non-significant level.
Another one, if I may. Also on this chart, so I was reading it, some of the options shows no medical office, but so it made me think we already have, I think, about 20,000 square feet of medical office out there. So does this chart and numbers not include what's already there? Or if it does, how can we ever do option one if we already have medical office out there?
Right. So if the council chooses no medical office, then essentially the medical offices that are out there would become legal nonconforming. And if and when those businesses and the building owners wanted to put in new tenants, they could not re-tenant with medical office. So we would not certainly kick anybody out who's there today, but they would rather be a legal nonconforming circumstance.
So just to follow up with that, if I may. So then what you're saying, if we choose option one, some point in the future when they've re-tenanted and they're not office anymore, we will then be in compliance with no need for overriding consideration or no significant impact, shall I say. So when we start off, we would be because we've chosen that where there's no medical office, but there is medical office. I hope I'm not confusing you.
Yeah, well, again, this is a long-term plan. This is a specific plan that's really meant to govern the long-term development of the 44 acres. So we have an existing condition which has been analyzed in the EIR, and really the substance of the overriding consideration is what is the impact of the new plan on the environment, and that's the reason why we would need an override. It's not uncommon to have an existing situation that continues because oftentimes we don't implement 100% of a specific plan day one. It takes time for property owners to assemble land, make their applications, et cetera. So we would be fine if that was an option that the council wanted to pursue.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Prevetti. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I let others have a chance.
Okay, other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. Two questions. The first, to follow up on Project A, if we were to remove medical office, and for those businesses that are already there, they would become legal nonconforming, are they there currently with CUP? And if so, doesn't the CUP run with the land and they'd be entitled to then pass that on?
Again, the general plan and the specific plan would rule. I understand one of them is in a planned development, so they have zoning that essentially would be established. We may need to look at whether or not we would need to rezone the property so that way those new rules would be in place again, because they're an existing business, they would be allowed to stay. It's really when the change occurred that they would need to comply with the new zoning.
Okay, so then if it's strictly for environmental clearance, we can continue even though there are existing uses that make it.
Yes.
Okay. And then if I may, the second, I notice on the chart there is no residential, and I just want to confirm the reason why is because of the different uses, residential has the least amount of traffic.
Let me ask our colleagues. It appears that the answer is yes.
Give us just a second. Perhaps we can come back to you on that one in just a minute.
Councilman Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions of staff, and it does relate to the desk items, and specifically it relates to Table 2-2 of our draft-specific plan. Now, that draft-specific plan, Table 2-2, has numbers, suggested numbers for residential and suggested numbers for commercial. It states in the footnote beneath the chart that there is an existing approximately 66,000 square feet of existing non-residential buildings. However, in the desk item we have received, it would indicate that in addition to that 66,000, which is mainly mainly the Hirschman medical buildings, there are other commercial buildings in existence on the North 40 area. And those would be additional existing square footage in addition to the Hirschman building. So my question is, first of all, is that correct? And secondly, what is the total commercial building on the site in addition to the 66,000?
Thank you very much. So we do have additional existing uses, as you're well aware, a gas station, car rental, and a tavern. I know Mr. Paulson has the exact square footages of each of those uses. Those businesses were not included as part of the 66,000 because it was assumed that perhaps those property owners would be interested in reinvesting in their lands and maybe doing something new. So we didn't want to preclude their ability to reinvest.
So to answer through the mayor, the total for all of the businesses out there is approximately 71,000 square feet, and exactly approximately 71,380 square feet.
So the 66,000 goes up to 71,000?
Correct.
And that 5,000 encompasses the tavern, the rent-a-car, and the service station?
Correct.
All right. And then the other question relates to the same chart and the 364 units listed on that chart. However, there are already homes on the projected North 40 area. And how many homes currently exist?
32.
Thank you.
Other questions? And do we have the answer for why there's no residential in the chart?
We certainly do. Thank you. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. When we went back to review the information at the direction of council, the direction was to look at reductions in the commercial and office side and not in the residential side. And that makes sense because the residential has a significantly lower traffic generation than the commercial and medical office type use does.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mrs. Pravetti, one more follow-up on the chart that used to be up there. So if we chose option 2, which goes with medical office and says there's no general office allowed, what effect would that have on, so I'm thinking if we have a neighborhood serving kind of area, let's say like the Trader Joe's mall, in there's a lot of small offices, there CPAs and, 2 lawyers and various small offices like this. Are those considered general office and none of those would be allowed then anywhere?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I have yet another follow-up on the medical office. You were talking about legal non-conforming use. I think I remember in the staff report that if the council chose to designate no new medical office, that those would not become legal non-conforming, and you just simply recalculate square footage or make a change in the specific plan to indicate no new medical office. Am I remembering that correctly?
I would say that's certainly a possibility if that's put in the specific plan. I can pull the direct language from the staff report unless Ms. Pravetti has anything else to offer.
Yeah. I think we would probably want to clarify that status for the businesses. I know in other specific plans, they actually have a specific policy around existing uses and that transition to legal non-conforming and then ultimately to the implementation of the plan. But we'll find that language for you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we start in? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For Mr. Paulson, in looking at the increase from, I think, 66,000 to 71,000, that's what you said, correct? The confusion I'm having is I know what a 5,000 square foot lot looks like because downtown, the old part of downtown, is full of 5,000 square foot lots. And so you're saying that if we combine the tavern and enterprise and the service station, all of those things would fit on a 5,000 square foot lot?
So those are the square footage of the buildings. Those are not the square footage of the lots. So those total square footages are the actual buildings that are there. The lots are far greater in size than that number.
All right, so you're adding in the actual square footage. Thank you. That's a good clarification. I appreciate that.
Other questions? Okay, so members of the council, unless I see a very vocal objection, I would intend to go with the suggested format that we received in our staff report that was up on the board just a minute ago, which started with residential and worked its way down through other big issues. And at any time during these discussions, if somebody wants to move to something different, that's fine. If somebody wants to ask a question, that's fine as well. But I would intend to basically, and for members of the audience as well, go through these bullet points with a discussion of them. And I'm not seeing any pounding of fists, so let's start with the discussion of the number and location of residential units. And if there's a big picture question that goes with that concept, please feel free to ask staff along the way as we go through the bullets. So is there any big picture question on the residential numbers and units? I actually have a big picture question. You could put that back up there, Mr. Paulson. It's not necessarily related to that, but our bullet point says number and location. So one of my big picture questions is, we have been going through the analysis of the specific plan for many, many years now, and I was trying to recall how the districts came about and had some vague recollection, but not a really good recollection. So I looked in the specific plan to see what it said about why we had divided it into districts and put certain things in certain districts. And there's no really good explanation because it's talking about, quote, unique characteristics, unquote, of the different districts. And it's a flat piece of land that's got some buildings on it and a lot of walnut trees. So I'm just wondering if staff knows where that came from and why we would want to stay with it or why we might want to abandon it.
All right.
I'll let Mr. Paulson explain the history of it, but I can give you some general guidance on districts. It's not uncommon for specific plans to have a district approach. It's one way to organize your development standards, your design guidelines, and other elements, so that way you can create unique attributes, unique districts, but yet ensure that they integrate well together in order to achieve the overall vision for the area.
And I was not part of that initial conversation, but that's exactly the case. So you can set up different parameters given the site characteristics, and so the district methodology was presented and ultimately moved through the process through the advisory committee and was part of their recommendation. And possibly some of the members of the advisory committee may have some further recollection of how that came about.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to back up a little bit from what the mayor has already said. We, the town, started working on this specific plan in 2008. It's gone through the General Plan Committee, the North 40 Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and the Town Council. So it's gone through a lot of hearings and a lot of iterations. And it is true that we have districts. And quite frankly, as someone who has attended each and every one of the North 40 meetings, except for the Planning Commission, I do not recall any specific reason as to why we had districts. I do recall that the various bodies did not object or oppose the districts, but I don't recall that we had a specific objective in formulating the districts.
Thank you. I have another big picture. Oh, Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. If I could, I just wanted to add a little bit of context to that. Districts is, when you hear districts, you almost think of these boxes. Having served on the North 40 Committee, one of the things that we really wanted to make sure we, the committee, understood as we were looking at this 44 acres was what were the characteristics surrounding it. For example, the Lark District, we wanted to make sure, because there was so much residential across the street from Lark on Highland Oaks neighborhood, that it was going to be least intensive and more contiguous in design to the single-family residential homes there. So when we were thinking about what kind of characteristic or district we wanted to place in this area, those were the things we were thinking about. With the Middle Transition District, the single issue we kept focusing on was looking at the topography. If you're on site, it dips down. And so when we were having many of our conversations about height variations, we decided that if you are going to put height in any part of these 44 acres, it should be only in the areas that dip down, so that when you are on Los Gatos Boulevard, the height differential isn't as strong. And then the other, the northern, I think it's the northern area, that was basically adjacent to Highway 85. And so the most intensive areas we thought should be placed there. But when we were talking about all these different characteristics, it was very fluid, and it wasn't really three boxes, but more just what are the different characteristics. We wanted to make sure we made sure we kept and remembered as we started looking and designing the different elements. So I hope that gives a little bit of context.
Thank you. I have another big picture question, and just for reference, this is going to be Section 2.7.3 on page 238 of our proposed specific plan, and also just referring to pages 2-31 through 2-33. And the question is, the 2.7.3 refers to different types of, a word that I don't like to use with houses, but people use it all the time, products. So it says cottage cluster, garden cluster, townhome, row house products, condominium, multifamily apartments, and affordable products. So I was looking through this and trying to figure out, well, where do we define those? And the only thing I see is pictures that are contained under setbacks that are examples, quote unquote, but nothing else, just a picture of something. And then the chart that's at 616 in the back, which is the chart of residential types, but there's no real good description except for in this glossary part. So are we just using the pictures in the glossary to define what those things are? So, for example, if I look at the glossary on page 617, it says, townhomes/garden cluster, single-family attached dwelling units constructed in clusters within an overall master development plan. I'm assuming that's a specific plan, not a planned development. Then it talks about parking, talks about podium parking, but there's no specific description of it. Is that intentional, or should I be concerned that there's no description of that, just pictures?
I think your understanding is correct, that the definitions in the glossary serve as the basic description of that type of housing. This is an area of the specific plan that, should the council wish more description or a greater variety of housing types to accomplish the same objectives, that is a modification that we could certainly include. So I think as I understand it, the advisory committee discussed different types of housing to achieve the vision, achieve the goals. There may be others out in the marketplace, and certainly over the lifetime of the specific plan, it's possible that our development community will identify new and innovative forms of housing. So how we can capture the changing market over time is something the council may also wish to consider.
Okay. Other generalized questions? Okay, if not, I'm going to open the discussion on bullet number 1, the number and location of residential units, and look to the council for comments, questions, or for any particularly brave soul, a motion. Councilman Rennie?
Volunteer. So I guess I would go ahead and make a motion that we keep it at 364 units that we had before. And I think the main reason for that is, well, several reasons, but the Housing Element Committee and then the Planning Commission have approved the 364 to fill our RENA numbers for the state requirement. And that allowed them to take off housing off of, or the fast track housing off of the Lodge and the South Bay sites, I think they were. So, and I guess I'd say the Planning Commission approved unanimously. So in order to stay with that recommendation from them, we would need to keep the 364 on the North 40. Let me stop there for now.
Okay, let's see if there's any second for your motion. I do not. What? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff, before we begin. The broader question is the housing element that many of us have discussed. And for those new following it to us, there is a state-mandated law that we need to identify 619 homes. And that's really been guiding a lot, at least of my thinking when I'm looking at how much residences are here. I know that staff has been having several conversations with our representatives at HD. Have there been any changes or updates since we last spoke with you that may feed into this discussion?
I don't think so. We've been in communication with HCD. They are well aware that the Housing Element Advisory Board changed the strategy going away from the AHA sites towards the North 40 specific plan. The state recognizes that that is completely within the purview of the town to identify the sites to achieve its regional housing need allocation for this planning period. So it's really up to the council. I would also just say that the housing element is moving in parallel with the specific plan, and so motions that you make this evening are going to be important in terms of the overall discussion, but we don't really need to worry about the actual housing element until we are ready to adopt the full body of the specific plan, because sometimes changes occur throughout the deliberation. So I appreciate the reason for the motion, but we also want to make sure that the council is free to continue its deliberations. The housing element acknowledges that we have 3 years to identify how we're going to act on the specific plan, and should the council identify a different number of housing units, we would just need to identify a replacement site for our housing element, and that can occur when the town is ready to do that.
Thank you.
So, Councilwoman Sayak, does that mean there's a second, no second, or further questions or comments? Okay, I'm not going to pressure you, so I think that, Councilman Rennie, your motion is going to fail for lack of a second. And I'm going to look to any other council member for a new and improved motion or comments on this general subject matter. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are comments on the general subject area. First of all, for me, I am going to separate from our specific plan the issue of the RENA numbers. That will be an issue that is coming before the council, I think, next month. And so I will be making my decision on that at that point. I understand that there are a certain number of homes allocated to the North 40. That does not mean that I think they should necessarily be allocated to the North 40. But let me explain specifically why I have concerns. And that is because one of the things that we have learned, or at least I have learned in the relatively near past, is that there is an automatic density bonus that applies to parcels that have at least 20 acres, 20 units per acre. And that is a 35% density bonus. Now, I know that the numbers vary and, there's all math involved, but I'm going to make it simple just for myself. 35% density bonus. So that means 364 units could become 491. And I am not comfortable with that. And so that is why I did not support this motion for 364, because of my concern that a density bonus would bring that number up to 491.
Madam Mayor, if I could offer a clarification. The density bonus, the state density bonus of 35% requires a minimum affordability. So a developer needs to say that they are offering a minimum number of affordable units, and then second, they need to ask for the density bonus. So it's only automatic if they ask for it. And really, the history of the town, we've only had one state density bonus project come forward. So whether it's 20 units to the acre or some other density is not the automatic trigger. It's really the level of affordability plus the developer requesting it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do understand that. However, we cannot draft a specific plan that says you can't ask for it. And so since it can be requested, and I do understand that the developer has to request it, and I do understand that it has certain mandates associated with it, but because I'm not comfortable with the fact that a developer could ask for it, and then bump the density up by 34%, 35%. That's, again, why I didn't support the motion.
I'm going to ask for other comments, but Mr. Paulson, do you have the chart that was in our staff report that breaks down potential number of residential units and then gives us what happens when you add 35%? And if you could put that up. That's the one. Thank you. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So this is a question for Ms. Pervetti. You mentioned that there would, suppose we start with a number like 364 units. How many units would have to be designated as affordable for the developer to realize a full 35% density bonus of that 364? I think it's somewhere in our report, but there's a lot of paper, so.
Yeah, I think what is on the chart were different scenarios that could result from the density bonus. So if, for example, there was a total number of housing units and it met the certain percentage of units, then it would result in an 88-unit bump. We actually have another slide that we used with our Housing Element Advisory Committee that walked through a couple of different scenarios of how the density bonus would work. And if I could ask Mr. Paulson to...
Sure, and I'll put that up. Excuse me, and it has a little bit more information relating to what the minimum thresholds are.
So as you can see in the left-hand column, that the portion that needs to be affordable would have to be up to 11% for very low, or up to, my eyes are not that strong, 20%, or up to 40% for moderate in order to qualify. So it's a sliding scale, essentially, depending upon how deep the affordability is. If it's not very deep, then you have to provide more affordability. So this is just assuming the full 364, what that density bonus would yield, and what the requirements would have to be in order to meet that. So it is a sliding scale, and there's some different options there. So this would be the maximum, so to speak. So if you were to take all 364, then it would yield the 492.
Councilman Leonardo.
Well, thank you. This chart is actually very helpful. So I'll let other council members ask questions.
Councilwoman Sayak.
I can certainly appreciate the concern for the density bonus, because that, frankly, is quite scary. But one of the things I do want to make sure that that is on record, that we're all aware of, is this density bonus can be applied to any parcel in town that has an affordability component. Is that correct?
Actually, it can be asked for any residentially zoned property.
Any residentially zoned property. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question on it before I call on Councilman Rennie. I want to make sure of two things. Number one, we're calling it a bonus because it's on top of whatever. So we've talked about a sliding scale, et cetera, but if we start with 364 and they qualify, it's 88 more units, because it's not 364 and part of it is that bonus. It's actually a bonus that adds more units, correct?
That's correct. And it is up to the developer to ask for how many units. So they may ask for the full 35%, but they may ask for something less as well. So it's up to 35%.
And I understand that anyone can request a state density bonus for any residential parcel in town, but if I have an 8,000 square foot lot, I'm not going to get 492 units on it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is sort of a complicated question. So my understanding is there is an applicant with an application ready to go who is planning to submit something like 270 units and ask for the density bonus so that they get up to 333. And they are planning to build the very low Eden housing homes that my understanding is enough that all 364 could be bonused. So my question is, if they come with an application, as I described, for 270 plus the bonus to get to 333 as one project, and that includes all the Eden housing that got them the bonus, they complete that. Somebody else then comes along that wants to build the rest of the 364. So we've done, say, 270. So whatever the difference between 270 and 364 is, they would then have to offer more affordable houses. They couldn't rely on the previous project's affordable houses in order to get a bonus. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think we wouldn't take the 270 as the base for that project. It would be the 333 from the specific plan. So you would essentially be left with 31 housing units left in the development capacity of the specific plan for the next builder. Because assuming that council chooses the 364 as the cap for the number of housing units that you would like to see, then the next builder comes along and says, okay, I want to do a density bonus on top of that, but the specific plan is our general plan, and it would say, the maximum capacity according to the environmental review, is 31 more units.
I could just follow up and make sure I understand. So my understanding was obviously a little bit wrong there. So the applicant wants to build 333 homes, and they can't call some of them density bonus because they haven't got over the 364. The next project would be what has to take it over 364, and that project would, since it's a new project, have to have its own affordable units. Is that correct?
Right. So each project has to have its own affordable units, and I may have misspoken. I think we may have to check legally, but it may be possible under state density bonus to exceed the specific plan and go beyond the 364 if the balance of the units, the 31 units, also meet the state density bonus requirements. And I may need a little assistance here.
So I'll start. Yeah, I think in that scenario, the 331, I believe, is what's proposed currently. State density bonus has not been requested. So the remaining capacity, there'd be the potential for density bonus on that of up to 35%. And that would be the 35% above the 33 units for the separate project. So that in and of itself, if they requested density bonus, they would exceed the 364, but it'd be by a far less number, probably in the range of 10 to 12, I would guess, units.
And I think the big, going back to your first statement, you said the application is 270 and that they were requesting a density bonus for this, and that's not the case as it currently stands. Their application is for the 331 without any density bonus. I think that was the big statement that I saw that was not correct.
Before I ask for other comments or questions, I'm going to remind everyone on the council that what we're doing is discussing the specific plan for the town of Los Gatos over this piece of property, not any particular application. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was going to be my second point, but I'll still probably say it again. With regard to the state density bonus, in addition to being able to request a 35% increase, I want to confirm that the applicant or the developer can also request concessions. And if that's accurate, if you could please explain your answer.
Yes, state density bonus law does allow a builder to not only ask for the density bonus, but then ask for a variety of concessions. And state law indicates how many concessions can be asked for depending upon how deep the affordability is. So it could be 2 or it could be 3. And the types of concessions that are typically asked for are reductions in the number of parking spaces that might be required. They might ask for an increase in height. They might ask for reduced setbacks or other parameters to make their development more fiscally feasible.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. 2 more questions. I understand that we're not dealing with an application, but I want to understand the concept, though. And this, I believe this would be a question for the town attorney. Let's say an application number 1 comes in on the North 40 requesting 200 housing units, and there's no request for a density bonus. Let's assume that the maximum housing allowed on the North 40 is 300. So application number 2 comes in 10 years and asks for a density bonus on those 100 units. Is that density bonus limited to the 100 units, or can they somehow incorporate the prior units on that parcel?
It cannot. It would be for the second application in that 100 units.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to look for Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So when I take the 331 units and I divide it by 20 units per acre, I'm coming up with about 16 and a half acres of housing at 20 units per acre. So I'm trying to visualize that. I guess it depends on how large the individual units are themselves, how they're going to look. But assuming that it's, well, I guess Mr. Schultz mentioned that they are not requesting a density bonus at this time with the 331 units, but assuming that that changed and we had 20 units per acre on 16 and a half acres. I mean, I guess it would be a 35% bonus over and above that. Would it be like 25? Could they put 25 units per acre or something like that? What is the number?
Well, I believe as you increase, I mean, there is only so much land out there. So I believe if you were going to ask for those density bonuses, there would have to be a give somewhere else. So your commercial or your retail or something else goes away, the more residential units are built. I think if that's your question, is how would you find enough acreage out there to put that many units on? I do know that, you know, some of our high density, their senior housing is very small units, if that's the other part of it. But if in fact density bonuses are increase the number of residential units, you'll probably see a give in the amount of retail then that is out there.
Okay.
That would be up to the individual developer as to whether they want to do that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, more questions for legal counsel. So two. The first, Ms. Pravetti started off the question. If the specific plan maxes it at 364, does the density bonus then max it at 364, or can it push it over to the 364?
It pushes it over.
Okay.
Because it's state law.
Okay. Second one is we're going to set the number of housing, but we're also going to look at setbacks, heights, all these other considerations. To get to 364, we would zone 18.2 acres at 20 units per acre. And those would be the residentially zoned property. And my understanding is density bonus can only happen on residentially zoned. Does the rest of the specific plan, if it's not designated at the 20 acres, is that basically safe from this density bonus?
That's an intriguing question. I think it depends on how we structure the zoning. We've been operating under an assumption, perhaps faulty, that we would be rezoning the entire specific plan area with a specific plan overlay zoning that would then translate to this document as being the guiding document in terms of housing and development standards, et cetera. The other option is to zone at least 16 or 18 acres at 20 units per acre. And using whether it's a North 40 specific plan zoning designation that we would then need to create, or one of our existing town zoning districts. And then you would need to have the further policy discussion about, do you want to see mixed use, vertical mixed use? Do you want to really concentrate those housing units in those 16 acres? So that is an option that is available to the council. But it's also possible that you stay with the current approach, which would be to give the flexibility for the housing to occur in a variety of locations and let the market essentially decide how it wished to distribute it.
And then if I may, I just thought of one more question. Again, with all the parameters we're putting in here with regard to height, setback, there's only so much that could be built if you follow the guidelines that are put in here. Does a state density bonus, when we talk about these concessions, those concessions would also include concessions to our height requirements, and so the state concessions would override almost everything?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, Thank you.
They do have to show that the project cannot be feasibly built without the concessions, though. So they have to do a feasibility study and economic study and provide that to you. And there's also, though, health and safety findings that you can make to deny it also. Those findings are not easy to make, and I could give you those, but it's not just a absolute. There's hurdles that the developer has to go through to get concessions, and there's also findings that an agency can make to deny it.
Thank you.
Okay, comments, questions, or any attempt at a renewed motion on this matter? And that could even be, I'm not ready to decide, and I need more information from staff. So I'm looking to the council. Vice Mayor.
Well, I'll follow. Mr. Rennie was bold, and so I'll try and be bold also. I'm going to make a motion to have the units of residential on the North 40 max out at 270. And the rationale is that with a 35% density bonus, that would get to 364. And that's my motion, and that's the basis for it.
Is there any second for that motion? Councilman Leonardis.
I was going to try to do a little bit of math, perhaps.
Okay. I told Councilman Rennie earlier no math, but that's okay. No, it's just because I was kidding.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to essentially cap the residential units at 270. And we have a second. Discussion or questions on that motion? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm still convinced that 364 is the right number, and I guess the reason, what concerns me is if we set 270, that means that we need to go find another 94 units that we designate somewhere else as part of the housing element. And the housing element is the AHOZ zones are like a fast track that allows the housing to get built faster. So I still think if you want to limit the amount of housing that's added in Los Gatos, it's better to do it here than start spreading it around other sites. We don't know what application is going to be brought forward, but we have a pretty good chance of knowing what's going to be brought forward, which would actually limit the density bonus on this project. So the total number of units we have to specify in town are 619 plus potentially 35%. I see by putting them all 364 on this site, we have a chance of actually limiting the density bonuses because of what's most likely going to happen. I realize that could all change, but if we go the other way, we have more chance, I think, of getting more housing units in town. So I'm not particularly in favor of this approach. Thanks.
Other comments on the motion or questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
This is a very, very difficult one for me. Just because when I started out working on the North 40 Advisory Committee, I was the one that was adamant that we put no housing on this site. But scenarios change, and I understand that we're trying to separate the housing element from the North 40 discussion. But in my mind, I look at it as a totality. We have 619 units, and where are we going to put it? That's the rationale that I'm looking at, and I understand the hazards with density bonuses. But my biggest concern is this site has been studied for 7 years. It's probably the most studied site in Los Gatos. We have significant traffic impact mitigation fees we can receive from this. And I know it's somewhat on a parallel issues, but I know that there's unprecedented school mitigation fees that are accompanying it. And so I probably will vote against it just because I do think if we can maximize housing, which is the least traffic intensive use on this site, I think that's where I'd be in favor of.
Other comments on the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'm just trying to figure out visually what it will look like with the number that Vice Mayor Spector proposed at 270 and a density bonus. You're still going to end up about 20 units per acre if you're distributing it over about 16 acres. So the latter could potentially be 25 units per acre. So I was just going off the math. I understand that there are school fees being offered and other things, but I'm trying not to let those things influence my decision. I understand a need for housing, but we have the next, Los Gatos is 125 years old, 126, 127, something like that. We got another 127 years to offer more housing to people, I hope, moving forward. So it's not like we have to get everything all done with one project. And there is also the Northern District, and I believe strongly that there will be housing added in that district someday as well. So that part, at this point in time, I don't think there is any control over it. So with that said, that's why I supported the motion. I thought it was reasonable. When we originally, I remember last meeting, we were talking about the 364 units and where did that number come from? It was basically the maximum allowable units per acre times the proposed acres that they were looking for. None of us could remember the genesis of 364, but it sounded reasonable. And I said during the meeting that it's a starting point and you have to start somewhere. But I'm thinking that, you know, with that said, rather than trying to achieve the maximum right off the top and then potentially add to it, maybe we should try to look at if the bonus were added, that would be kind of the maximum. And that's why I supported that number of 270.
Okay, before I call on the Vice Mayor, I'm going to make a comment. I am inclined to support the motion for a couple reasons. Number one, I'm going to assume that the developer is going to use a density bonus, and that's about the number that we have at the maximum now. I don't think that we really considered going through all the various committees that I've been on, the density bonus in considering this. With respect to the housing element, I've been on the General Plan Committee, the Housing Element Advisory Committee, the North 40 Advisory Committee, and every certain period of years, the town is obligated under the state law to designate land that is available to meet its affordable housing requirements. There are a number of parcels that the Housing Element Advisory Board considered over the course of its deliberations. There were a number that were considered even before there was a Housing Element Advisory Board. There was a strategy of affordable housing overlay zones, which may be reconsidered given what the last Housing Element Advisory Board committee did. On the North 40, and we could always, as a General Plan Committee or Housing Element Advisory Board, whatever it may be, reevaluate where appropriate lands for that housing could be. And we're not bound by any particular thing. We have the whole period to figure out what that might be, and whatever gets built, we get credit for. We don't have to name it in a plan to get credit for it. We get credit for it if it's built. So I'm not necessarily inclined to do it for that reason. With respect to the agreement that was reached between the school board and the potential developers, it's interesting, and I think it should not be a consideration, frankly, of this council. I don't think we should be looking at money in terms of when we take on our responsibility to plan for the town, because we are planning for the town. We're not planning to get a piece of money for any particular constituency in the town. Although I do very much support the schools, I don't want my decision to be based on an agreement. And this agreement, actually, one of the conditions of the agreement is that regardless of what this council does with respect to this specific plan, if the developer chooses not to develop, whoever the developer might be, could be a different developer. Under this plan, there's no obligation to do anything under it. If they don't act on the specific plan, there's no money, there's no nothing else. So there's no guarantee in this agreement. It's a great agreement. I applaud the efforts that went into it. If it comes to pass, it'll be great for our schools. But I think it's kind of putting things backward, because when I sit up here, I try to, especially with land use, I try to do a planning role. And in particular, the specific plan is for the town of Los Gatos. And it's very hard to separate it when you have an application that's running right along with it, to say, well, that application may be nice, but this specific plan can be whatever the town wants it to be. Because I sat on a general plan many, many years ago, I'm not going to say how many years ago, which developed a specific plan for this North 40 that was never adopted. It was all office. So things change, things happen, but I see my responsibility to make the best plan and the best decision I can for the town. So I want to try to do that without thinking about fees paid, agreements made. I just want to make a plan that people can look at years from now and figure out whether or not their application fits into it, and it's the best for Los Gatos. So that's why I'm going to support the motion. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to address a couple of comments that have been made, and one of them is that this specific plan is the most studied plan that we've probably ever had in Los Gatos, and that's true. And as I noted, I've been studying it for a really long time. I won't say how long either, but for a really long time. And what's different, though, is that when I was on the North 40 Advisory Committee, I did support the 364 units. But what's happened is that my realization that there's an automatic density bonus and there's an automatic release of certain concessions. So that is something new that has happened. The other thing is that, as I noted before, the housing element hasn't come before the council yet. And should it come before the council, and should this piece of property have 270 instead of 364, yes, we might have to find 94 units somewhere else. Maybe we would have had to do that anyway. So these are things that are happening separately from the specific plan, and they are separate from my decision here tonight.
Other comments before I call the question? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from the Vice Mayor for a maximum number of 270 units, and a second from Councilman Leonardis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 3-2. Vice Mayor Spector. Please don't clap. You know the rules. Vice Mayor Spector.
Yeah, I have a question associated with this motion and for staff. This is with regard to the town density bonus. Do we have to specifically state that, let's say I don't want to apply the town density bonus beside the state density bonus if that happens. Does that actually have to be a component of our specific plan?
Yes, and staff would recommend that. If there are other policies that the town have specifically in your general plan or municipal code that you believe, because we are doing the detailed analysis and planning for this area that for whatever reason should not be applicable to this area, those would be appropriate policies to include in the specific plan and well as part of the general plan amendment and zoning amendment that's part of this package.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion that the specific plan state that the town density bonus shall not apply, but you referenced possibly other components, and I don't know what those would be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse the matter. I think starting with the town's density bonus as described in the general plan would be a good place to start. I just wanted to provide the opening that should the council have other provisions, either of the general plan or municipal code, that it also wanted to call out, it certainly has that ability as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask some questions that's follow up to that. If I look at section 2.7.3, page 228 of the proposed specific plan, which is the only thing that talks about residential units, it has in section B, I don't know if it's going to go up or not, so I'm sorry, it refers to affordable housing units. In section C, it refers to affordable housing, below market price housing, close paren, requirements shall be met pursuant to the town code. Okay, I know that below market price housing is in the town code. I know that a state density bonus is in the town code. I know that affordable can be very specifically defined or very vaguely defined. So I'm worried about the language that's in here about, you know, what we mean and exactly what we're referring to, because we have a below market price program, we have a general plan, 100% density, we have a state density. So to go to what the Vice Mayor was saying, how would we address those different things in any motion that might be made?
And that's an excellent point. So item B would need to be modified to reflect the motion that just passed. There shall be a maximum of 270 residential units. This is a maximum, not a goal, and includes affordable housing units required as well as existing units. So that would essentially work with the town's existing below market price housing requirements, and that's item C, shall be met pursuant to town code. That's the 20% requirement. And what we've said elsewhere in the specific plan, and I think is implied by this, is that with the town's 20% program, those 20% units are part of the 270. So we're not creating a bonus as the developer needs to meet our below market price homes. So I think we're okay in terms of the below market price. What's different is that the general plan has a separate policy that allows a 100% density bonus. And if the council is concerned about the ability of taking the 270 and essentially doubling that, then the council may wish to add a statement both in the specific plan, and then we would reflect it in the general plan that the 100% general plan density bonus would not be applicable in the specific plan area. And that's completely within your purview. Of course, we'll let our town attorney talk about the legal side of it, but because it's a specific plan area, you can decide whether or not and which general plan policies apply.
Mr. Schultz, anything to add?
Just adding that to make sure it's clear, our general plan policy for the 100% bonus is not mandatory. It's a may ask for it, and it's something that the council has discretion. So when we do have that density bonus, it's not the same as state law where it's an automatic density bonus. But certainly, if that's the will of the council, we can put in the specific plan. It can't be used on this site, and then we'd make those changes in the general plan so they are consistent.
Okay, so Vice Mayor, or were you going to attempt a motion or not on this topic?
I thought I had, but I'll do it anyway. I'm going to move that we do not have the town density bonus provision as part of the specific plan.
Okay, and I may be prepared to second that, but I need to know if you mean the general plan 100% only, or are you also referring to the below market price housing?
I am only doing the density bonus, not the BMP.
Okay. All right, so I'm prepared to second that. Councilwoman Sayoc.
Actually, I was just clarifying and was going to second it also. But
another question?
Me too.
No. Okay. Other questions or comments on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question, which is to eliminate the 100% general plan density bonus, town density bonus from this plan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, you have your hand up again.
Question. And it may not be, I know that the mayors and the staff is having us go through this logically. So this may not be the right place for the question, but the question is, if somewhere along the way we wanted to consider allowing the types of housing and the location of housing to be more fluid throughout the North 40 area as opposed to the way it's currently drafted, what would staff's recommendation be as to when and how that could be accomplished?
There's a variety of ways of having that accomplished. The current specific plan identifies what are the preferred uses in the different districts, and it essentially is enabling in terms of, particularly for the Lark district and the central and the middle district. The northern district housing has to be in a mixed use configuration, so there it's a little bit more restrictive. So if the council wishes, you can now talk about the location of the housing, and then we would take your direction and work through specific policy language accordingly.
Okay, comments or questions on that? A follow-up by the Vice Mayor?
A follow-up, yes. Let's assume that we don't do it now. Is there some other area? I think one of the sections is phasing. Is there some other delineated area that you have in the staff report where it might be more generic?
Well, phasing is certainly another way of approaching it in terms of, what is your intention in terms of the mix of land use and phasing of infrastructure as well. We've seen specific plans in California where it's been the desire to see commercial development happening apace with residential to meet jobs, housing, or other goals. Other communities are do not have a specific phasing schedule and essentially would just let the market dictate phasing. So that is another approach if the council wishes to pursue it.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, at this point, I don't have another motion.
Any other questions, comments, motions on the residential bullet that used to be up there on the board, the number and location of residential units? I don't see anyone, so I'm going to move on to the commercial aspect. Amount, location, and sizes of commercial tenant spaces in square footage. We had some very preliminary discussion on this in a couple of our meetings. But I don't know that we've been particularly specific. So I'll just remind the council that the retail is contained in, where is it? 2.6.7 on page 226 of the proposed specific plan. And we've also received staff information. So I'll look first for any questions on this or comments if somebody's prepared to make a comment. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Last time, I think we were working on a chart, or we directed staff to prepare a chart. Maybe we could put that up on the screen.
Mr. Paulson, do we have that?
And then,
is this the one that you mean, or do you mean the more generic chart that was? Did we have one that was more generic than this from staff? That wasn't keyed to a particular. Yes.
There's table 2-2 on page 2-10. If that's a starting point, we could put that one up. That has the general development capacity across the office, hotel, and commercial.
Yeah, there's that. That's very general, but we also had one that was a North 40 Advisory Committee iteration chart. There you go. I think is that the one you meant, Councilman Leonardis? Yes, Mayor. And then at our last meeting, we had some discussion surrounding this chart, and the top two categories were reduced from 5% to 2.5. There was some discussion about the bottom category possibly going up as high as 80,000 instead of 50,000. I don't know if that was supposed to be incorporated or if any of that was decided or determined at the last meeting, or if we're starting anew on this topic. Maybe, Ms. Pavetti, you can help us. We got minutes of some of our consensus motions in our staff report. I was trying to
Yes,
through
you do have the minutes of the February 3rd meeting, and there were a variety of consensus points. There was also direction to staff to provide additional opportunities. One of them was to reduce the allowable total amount of small commercial spaces to include a category of 0 to 1,500 and a category of 1,501 to 3,000 square feet with a limit of up to 2.5% each. And that was the attachment 55 approach. So we basically took what the advisory committee did in attachment 24 and broke that down into smaller increments based on that consensus point, and that is contained in attachment 55. And then we also identified, some potential uses and how many spaces that might yield. So there's a lot of information in that chart.
So, Councilman Leonardis, you started the questioning, so I'm going to let you put up whatever you want on that board and then make your comments or ask a question.
This is the one that I think would be good to look at. So I'm going to rest at this point
Okay, comments or questions, they could be general, they can be particular, related to this chart or not. But Councilman Rennie.
Okay, so actually I wrote some notes on this particular subject, so this could be kind of long if that's all right with you. So basically, in light of a lot of the new information we got since we made this decision on what the retail sizes were for typical neighborhoods serving strip malls, commercial areas in town, I think that we should back off of the 2% that we had here for reasons I'll explain in a second, and maybe not even have a matrix at all, a required matrix, but instead create a suggested one as the North 40 Advisory Committee had originally done, and leave it up to the Planning Commission when they evaluate projects that come forward to by basically use of policy languages in our specific plan to evaluate projects. So basically, the policy goals of this is to create neighborhood serving commercial and meet the unmet needs of general merchandising, were some of the visions and goals in the beginning of it. The problem I have with certainly limiting the small size is we're going to be very difficult to create neighborhood serving type of strip mall. Take the Trader Joe's mall, which is recent data we just got. There's 21,000 square feet below 1,500 square foot per unit, basically, and the limiting here at 2.5% is only 10,000. So we couldn't even build half of the Trader Joe's mall, which is, the point of the 2.5 is to not compete with downtown. And I don't think we think that Trader Joe's area competes with downtown, but we can't even build half of that on the North 40 with what we've put in this chart. Some other points I thought about also is the North 40 Advisory Committee spent a year getting a lot of testimony from experts on commercial, and were not ultimately able to recommend or put it as a requirement, but instead as suggested. And we've kind of squeezed it down even further. So I'm not sure why we who haven't gone through, or at least some of us haven't gone through all of the testimonies from those experts, thinks that we can do a better job. So that's also one of my reasonings on this. The other part I think about on this is in trying to create a neighborhood serving mixed use on which would effectively be the transition zone, something that the neighbors in the Lark District can walk to and play. And the point of building a mixed use is to get an environment that so people don't need to drive; they can walk to work and play. What would end up happening is the developer would use all of this up in the transition district, trying to build something that's neighborhood serving, and as I said, wouldn't even be able to build a Trader Joe's size mall, strip mall out of it, and then there would be nothing left for the northern district. So then we'd end up with just a big box, a Walmart with a big parking lot, because we have no flexibility left to make something that's more in the keeping with Los Gatos. So I think I covered most of my points. I'll stop there.
Okay, Vice Mayor, I thought you had your hand up. Did you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was actually this section on the commercial that I gave my most work and greatest time over the past weeks, and specifically the past weekends. And I'm assuming that we are going to start looking at percentages at various square footage based upon what we're saying here. And that assumes a total square footage of 400,000. I'm not sure I even want to go there, but that doesn't mean that we can't start looking at the percentage of each square foot area. I also looked at Trader Joe's, has 46,000 square feet total, has 43% under 1,500, 24% under 3,000, 13% under 10,000 and 20% over 10,000. I did the same thing with the Vasona Shopping Center, and the numbers, even though they may not be North 40 numbers, I was trying to work the math so that these percentages, these sites, could fit into the North 40. And it is definitely doable, and it can be done with the 2.5%. I voted for, well, it wasn't exactly a vote. I supported the consensus motion for 2.5% last time at these lower numbers. I'm prepared to stay there now, but I'm also prepared to listen to changing it up to 5,000. I think that to 50, what is it, to 5%. The other thing is I believe that we need to have not only go to the 3,000, but we have to have a smaller category between 3 and 5, which you have there, and then start with the 10. The problem I see in what I've heard from the community is there's a concern about the square footage from 5 to 10. So I would be looking to limit that percentage, and then we could have the larger percentages, again, limited. I have all of this in my head and on my paper, but before I even think about exploring it by way of a motion, I want to hear what everybody else has to say.
Other comments on the commercial? Seeing nothing to my right. Councilwoman Sayad.
Well, I can explain what I don't want. What I don't want is a power center of large, big boxes. And so my concern is, frankly, with I'm going to go from the largest to the smallest. The 40% of what I consider the bigger boxes, 25,000 to 50,000. That's where I get nervous, because when we start talking about, are we looking at neighborhood serving versus a retail destination center, the 25,000 to 50,000 is what makes me think of large traffic problems and people coming into town for this retail center. And having talked with several neighbors in the neighborhood surrounding the North 40, the things that they want places they can walk to. And so the thing that comes up often is we want another Viva. And Viva is in the 5,000 to 10,000 square foot place. And I'm just concerned that frankly, I don't like percentages. And I don't like working with square footage. It's easier for me to visualize actual retail names. And that, to me, would give me better understanding of, is this complementary? Is this what we want? Is this something that we should be working towards? And I've never really figured out the right percentages to work with here. And I'm still looking for another mechanism that we can turn to so that a group, once we have a retail mix, can actually look at the stores and the matrix and say, this is acceptable and this is not. I'm going to throw it out there. If there's any interest in others having like an economic vitality group that could help us make these types of decisions and decide whether or not the actual matrix of stores versus square footage could be a complement to the rest of our business centers whether it's downtown or all the other commercial centers in town.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. When I read the correspondence from the neighborhood, particularly folks from the Garden Hill area, they were looking for something they can walk to. A lot of them described elements of like another downtown. And I don't know if that's what our goal is. I don't know if our goal is to have a regional center. I think we need to look back at what we originally had talked about in the economic study, and this is probably back in 2010, but something that serves the residents. And not just one neighborhood of residents, but all the residents. And something that also captures our sales tax leakage. So a good combination. I think this chart represents a good mix. I think some of these numbers, perhaps as Vice Mayor Spector mentioned, from the 5 to 10,000 range could be adjusted a little bit. Maybe the 2.5 could be adjusted up. I'm not sure. But when I look at the examples that staff provide of the types of stores, no one's going to be at a loss of a place that they can walk to and get services. Just looking at this chart, we're talking about potentially 400,000 square feet of new retail, which is the size of our downtown. And there's going to be some combination of square footages. It's going to serve a lot of different needs. It will serve regional needs. It will serve neighborhood service needs. It's going to serve a lot of purposes. So I don't think that we should try to choose one idea over the other. I think we should just look at the chart and say it's going to be 400,000 more square feet of assorted retail opportunities, and it will serve everyone probably when it's done.
Okay, I'm going to weigh in before I call on Councilwoman Sayoc again. I'm going to go for the really, really big picture. The vision statement says the North 40 will address the town's residential and or commercial unmet needs. So I know there's been a developing concept that this is a neighborhood center, and I'm not sure that that has ever been the case. I'm not saying that that's a bad idea. I'm just saying that it's interesting that the vision statement doesn't say that. The other thing the vision statement does is says that we want to mitigate or attempt to mitigate any development's impact on our infrastructure, et cetera. And the chart that we started out tonight with was a traffic chart that is based on commercial and office use. So I would argue that before we even get to this matrix and decide whether we want to have it or not, we need to decide how much commercial space or office space that we want to allow in the specific plan. So if I go back to the EIR, there were two things that the EIR identified that couldn't be fixed: freeway impacts and loss of historic heritage orchard. So the chart that we started out with, wherever that map is of the various things, was essentially a traffic chart to figure out how to eliminate the problem of the freeway impacts. And our EIR way back when did that by reducing, or had a proposal to reduce the commercial square footage by, I think it was 25%, or it's actually our EIR alternative 2, reduce the commercial capacity by 25%. And that eliminated traffic consequences even when it added back in residential, which, based on the motion earlier, we're not going to do. So my concern would be to reduce the traffic impacts, and I would do that by reducing the 400,000 square feet number, or I would put it at, if I started at the 580, which doesn't sound like I should start out based on the fact that we've got 66,000 and 71,000 existing square feet. But if I start at the 580 and I forget that, I get to 435 if I reduce it by 25%. I don't add back in the residential, and if I say no new medical office, which is the biggest traffic generator, then I could reduce the freeway impacts. So my focus will be on not a matrix of the sizes of what's there, but the overall what can be there. And then I'll be happy to listen to fellow council people about whether or not there ought to be a matrix or chart about what fits in to that bigger number. Councilwoman Sayoc had her hand up first, and then Vice Mayor Spector.
Actually, my question was going to be of staff. So if I could make a question real quick of them, process-wise. When we're looking at the percentages that was up there prior, is that percentage per application, or is that percentage, how would it be processed? So that if you were to get an application, let's say with the first application has 100,000 square feet, would you be looking at 2.5% of that could be 0 to 1,500, or would you be looking at 2.5% of the overall capacity on the entire site?
We would first ask the applicant to specify exactly what their spread of tenant sizes would be, and then we would use this chart to ensure that it complied with the percentages that council included in the specific plan. If they exceeded any of the percentages by category, then we would need to work with them to modify their application so that it would conform with the specific plan. So this would be a very detailed analysis that we would do at the time of project application. And if someone just said, I just want 100,000 square feet, we would ask them to please specify that that would not be adequate or a complete application.
I see. And then my second point, I very much like the option that you had presented of looking at the overall umbrella of reducing overall commercial and then actually eliminating new medical office. I would be very supportive of looking at that total number reduction first.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I agree. I believe that we should go back to wherever the chart is, 2.2, and that identifies, I'm sorry?
It's at page 2-10 of the proposed specific plan.
And it's table 2-2. Thank you. I think we should go back to that table, and a good place to start is the total amount of commercial square footage. And it's only in that way that when you say 2.5% or 10% or 7%, that it's going to make sense. So I think that I agree with the mayor. We should start with the overall square footage. As a footnote, we should clarify what the amount, the number of square feet that we're going to be subtracting for pre-existing construction. That would be a little clarification. And then once we do that, I do think, I agree that I'm not in favor of the medical offices. I do think we should have a chart, and I think the chart should break down the square footages. I do like that idea.
Other comments or questions? Okay, does anyone, I'm going to actually ask Ms. Privetti or Mr. Paulson just to follow up on the Vice Mayor of figuring out what number we're really starting with. So if I look at the chart 2-2, I see 250,000 square feet of office/hotel. I see 400,000 of commercial. Then I look at the words that are underneath there, and I see, okay, this includes 66,000 square feet of existing buildings, and I'm hearing that that's really the Hirschman Medical, I'm going to call them the Hirschman Medical Buildings.
It's
And
those three.
does it or does not include Starbucks?
It's the
It's
two
all of his.
It's the two Hirschman buildings, the medical office just north of that, which I believe was developed by Olaf, and then the Subway/Starbucks building at the far north end of Los Gatos Boulevard. So it's those three buildings, all three together is the 66.
And the additional 5,000 is Enterprise Car Rental, Boulevard Tavern,
Gas station.
and the other stuff, gas station? Okay. So I have the 650, and just looking at the 650 right now, the language is telling me, well, whatever I do, it can't be over 580,000 square feet. And would you please make sure that I'm right, that the 580,000 came from a number that was picked to be analyzed for the 2020 General Plan EIR. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so there's it's not possible to have those four existing buildings we mentioned before at the 66 and then the entire 400,000 and the entire 250. So that's why there's the two scenarios that were evaluated in the EIR, which there's also language on that chart that reflects that as far as the medical trips impact and not exceeding that.
Okay, so no matter what, it can't be over 580.
Correct.
And then I subtract another 71,000 square feet from that, right?
You can, yes.
Well, that's there already, right?
Correct, but we imagine that 5,000 or 6,000 extra will be replaced. So that will go away. So that's where the 66 number comes into play. So the bottom line is there can never be more than 580,000 square feet in total existing and or new at any time.
Okay. Mr. Hirschman would be happy to hear that his new buildings are going to get replaced, but leaving that aside. Those are my specific questions on that. Other people have questions on that. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So based on what Mr. Paulson just said, if we take 580 and we subtract 70, that leaves us 510. And assuming there could be a hotel of 150, as what attachment 67 depicts, that leaves us about 360,000 square feet of new commercial slash retail space slash office space slash potential medical space. So that would be a number that we could start with, I suppose, if that's where we're going to go with this discussion.
Okay, other comments, questions, even a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Well, being that Mr. Rennie and Vice Mayor Spector were brave last time, I'll be brave this time. I was looking at the chart, and this is attachment 67, and I'm preferring the category that says where we don't have to adopt overriding considerations. And based on the discussion that Mr. Paulson just gave us and the fact that there will be approximately 66,000 existing space that will be preserved, two options jump out at me on that chart. One is option one, or I'm sorry, we're looking at the ITE rates part, Project A option 1 and Project B option 2. And if I look at that Project B option 1 at the bottom where it says 376, that's very close to the 360,000 square feet I just calculated. So my motion would be to go with that Project B option 1 with 376,000 for shopping and 150 for a hotel.
Okay. Questions on the motion or second? Councilman Rennie? I thought you had your hand up. You're going to make a comment on the motion? Let's see if there's a second. Okay, so there's no second, so maybe your comment is the motion, or you want to make a comment that will lead to a motion.
I guess the comment I want to make is I think there needs to be some amount of office in there. It would be very strange to not allow any office. I completely agree. I think probably everybody's thinking we don't want some kind of big campus office. We already have one of those across the highway. But I think we do want to have some office for what are little neighborhood kinds of things, like I mentioned before, a CPA and the lawyer's office, and other little offices like that, and those fall under general office. So if we were going to pick from this chart, I would tend to pick Project A option 1 that allowed general office. One thing, I traded emails quite a bit today with Mrs. Pravetti because I didn't want to eliminate things like the occupational therapist or the physical therapist, which are low traffic kinds of offices that are sort of neighborhood. Like I walk 2 blocks down the street to go to my physical therapist, and she sees one patient an hour, so it's not a high traffic. But what I really struggle with is it falls under medical office. And I was exploring all day long with Mrs. Pravetti, how can we somehow allow these? Because it turns out there isn't any kind of breakout for office of low volume versus high volume and so forth. So I had thought of suggestions like, well, what if we allowed some medical office under 2,000 square feet with a CUP on the condition that they needed to show it was below a certain amount of traffic per square foot. The problem with that is we don't get to I think if we do that, we don't get to the ability to say we have no overriding considerations. I guess I'm putting those thoughts out there, so if anybody wants to help with those ideas, or at least be aware of when we say no medical office, we're eliminating some of those neighborhood serving small medical kinds of uses. I think I'm going to stop short of a motion and see what others have to say.
Okay, I'll make a comment in response to that. I think that the chart that we have makes an assumption about the total number of commercial square footage and the distribution of office and hotel that I'm not necessarily going to buy into, because these numbers come from Table 2.2. So if I go back to our EIR and the alternative to, it's just an overall reduction of commercial by 25%, and that reduces traffic by 19% all by itself. So without getting into, you know, what a matrix is or what these charts are interesting because they show you how that gets reduced. So I think that the percentage reduction overall accomplishes the, and I refuse to call it overriding considerations because it's a statutory finding on the freeways. Sorry, legal nerd. So I would be looking to just reducing an overall reduction, and I appreciate what Councilman Rennie is saying about the smaller medical office versus the Palo Alto Medical Foundation or whatever it might be. And we have a matrix in this proposed specific plan that identifies certain things that we would require a CUP, so I could see where that's the kind of thing that might benefit from a chart restricting something as opposed to a blanket prohibition. So I would be amenable to a discussion about that. So I'll look to other people for comments or questions. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Well, I had thought about option 1 on that same chart and including the office space, but we had to start somewhere. So if I was going to throw out another motion, it would be move to put 300,000 square feet of shopping in and 60,000 square feet of general office and still exclude medical office.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yes.
All right, so 300,000 square feet of commercial, 60,000 square feet general office, exclusion of medical office. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will just leave the hotel silent for now.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Councilman Rennie.
I guess I'd like to ask a question. So I don't see that option on the chart. Does that option allow us to not have the overriding considerations? I guess that's a question for Mrs. Profetti.
Clearly, there are a lot of different combinations that could be studied to make that determination. We don't have that information available for you this evening. Yeah, and our Director of Parks and Public Works concurs. We could, one option for the council's consideration is, as you think about from a land use planning perspective, what is the mix of use and quantity of uses and balance with traffic, that should you come up with another combination, staff would be happy to run that evaluation and then report back at the appropriate time, but we would not be able to do that this evening.
Before I call on Vice Mayor Spector, okay, so I'm looking at my EIR, alternative 2, page 5-8, and it says commercial capacity of the plan area would be reduced by 25% to 435,000 square feet, and that would reduce the traffic by 19% and I think take care of the freeway impacts, but that's just from my reading of the EIR. Vice Mayor Spector.
I had a question associated with that. I also was going to ask either the other council members or staff what were the numbers from the EIR. Scribbled here on my other pages of numbers, I have 260,000 commercial, 175,000 hotel office. I thought that came from the EIR, but I wasn't sure. Rather, it would be preferable to me if we had a number that did not require an adoption of overriding considerations, and then we worked back from that number.
Excuse me, we're going to need to consult the EIR. And I don't know if it's the will of the council, we might consider a short break to allow staff to provide get that information for you, if that's acceptable.
Why don't we do that? Appreciate it. So we'll give you 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Or just 5 is fine.
Let's take 10 minutes for everyone, at least 10 to 15 minutes. We'll call you back.
Thank you.
For those of you out in the hall, you could please take your seats, and we're going to get started again. And if you're having a conversation, if you could wrap it up. Mr. Erickson. Okay, we're going to start again. If you'd all just come in and find your seats, we'd appreciate it. Okay, Ms. Pravetti, do you have an answer for us? Or an attempt at an answer?
What staff has been discussing during the break, thank you very much, was trying to understand whether or not we had any more specific guidance for you beyond the attachment 67, which is up on the screen. And unfortunately, we do not. However, what would be very helpful would be to understand what the council's preferences are in terms of weighting the different types of commercial uses, and then we could come back with an analysis. So we did, just looking at the variety of choices that you have available to you, we did determine that if the council wanted to pursue 300,000 square feet of shopping center plus 60,000 square feet of general office, that would probably not resolve the traffic impact. So we would still have a traffic impact based on the proportions that are provided on that chart. There are probably other permutations beyond what we've provided to you in this attachment, and we're happy to study those for you. We just aren't comfortable giving you specific numbers this evening. But if we know the relative weight or the relative percentages of the different uses, we'd be happy to come back.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Pravetti, if, let's say, in your hypothetical, we have 300,000 commercial, 60,000 office, what if from that 360 we subtracted the pre-existing, I call them pre-existing conditions, pre-existing buildings? Would that get us to our overriding considerations, or not having to do overriding considerations?
I don't believe so, because we've already accounted. That's part of the existing condition, the baseline from which we did the analysis. So it's really no new medical office that would be the driver there. So we've already accounted for existing uses.
Okay, we have a pending motion. And Councilman Leonardis, I just want to make sure your motion was 300 square feet of commercial, 60,000 square feet of general office, no medical office. Is that no new medical office or no medical office?
Well, originally the intention was to consider no new medical office, but I had some thoughts about the motion. And
are you going to modify, withdraw?
I may consider withdrawing it,
okay.
But you were mentioning something about the top-down approach where you take numbers and then perhaps reduce them by 25%. In the absence of information from the staff and being able to confirm anything where we will end up to avoid the overriding consideration category here, I was thinking that may be a better approach, and maybe it might be better addressed when we get more information from staff. So now I'm confused.
I'm going to take that as withdrawing your current motion and look for other questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Leonardo shouldn't be confused. I think he was making perfect sense, because for me, I'd like the total number to work from and then split it up into these various square footages and so forth. So I would like the total number from staff before we move forward with the specific items of commercial construction.
And if I may, it would be helpful to us to understand what combinations of commercial activity you'd like within that number in terms of medical office, general office, or shopping center. And just rough proportions would be helpful.
Before I call on someone else, let me make sure. I want to look back at table 2-2, and that splits it into office, hotel, and commercial. So when you say you want to know what kind of commercial, I am confused. Are you wanting us to include that 250,000 that's now separately called out in Table 2.2-2, or do you want something different from us? I'm confused.
So there's a couple of ways to approach this. One is to determine whether or not the council wants to maintain the 580 square feet overall that's currently in the general plan. So that's one point of discussion for the council's consideration is, do you want that to be the maximum development capacity? It includes any existing uses. So if our existing uses don't turn over, then they would be part of that 580. So that's one decision point for the council. The second is the opportunity for office and commercial. So clearly you would never get to the 650 because there's an overall cap of the 580. So the way the specific plan is written now is that there's flexibility. If the market is stronger in terms of office or hotel, you could achieve the 250. If the market is stronger for commercial, you have up to 400,000. Council could say, you know, maybe we don't want that overlap. Maybe we want more distinct separation between the land uses. So if you don't want an overlap, we would be interested to know that. If you do want an overlap, then really what we're asking for is, do you want the 400 or something else, 269 or another number to be studied? And then we're hearing loud and clear that the medical office is something that the council's concerned with. So maybe just a very small percentage of that, if any at all. So this table is complex, and I apologize if I'm making it more confusing.
Follow-up questions for Ms. Pavetti? Councilman Rennie.
Rather than a question, I'd like to just add a little information at the chance of confusing people more. In the answer to one of my questions today, in the desk item, there was answers about what the average trip generation is on the different types. General office was 11, and then she didn't really give average daily trips, and I don't know if that's per square foot or per 1,000 square feet, whatever it is. But the point is it's 11. Medical office is 36. And shopping center is 43. So if we think in terms of if you reduce shopping center, it's 4 times as much as general office. Medical is 3 times as general office. So if we're, you know, just maybe you want to think about reducing a little here, and you understand how much you can get somewhere else based on sort of keeping those ideas. 3 times more for medical office than general office, 4 times more for shopping center. Just maybe helpful.
Questions or comments, Vice Mayor Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Trying to address Ms. Pavetti's questions, I would be prepared to do the simple things like no medical office, but I am not prepared to weigh in on whether or not I think we should have 580,000 square feet total at this juncture without the EIR information.
Okay. I'm going to put a question out to fellow council members. We've got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 bullets that we are hoping to get through, some of which may or may not be affected by the overall square footage of the commercial. We could go on to different parts, request information from the staff with respect to different scenarios for different commercial office, medical office mixes, and address that on another occasion, which I'm not very particularly enthusiastic about suggesting, but if we need the information, we need it. So I'm looking forward to the council and how it wants to proceed now. Councilwoman Sayak.
I just want to clarify something real quick and then make a point. If I understand the EIR, if we were to reduce it by 25% total, the 580, bring it down to 435, don't we already reduce the environmental impact?
So there is some information in table 31 and 32, I believe, of the alternative that speaks to some options, but there are differences in the AM and PM peaks across those, and I think that additional study, when we're looking at alternatives, we don't do as thorough analysis as we do on the project. So that's where I believe Parks and Public Works, as well as community development staff, really want to make sure we have a concrete answer for that.
Okay. So I understand the concern where people would like to see the different scenarios. I think it's going to be difficult to move forward if we don't have these different scenarios to then dictate what would override considerations for the traffic impact. But just to share and be helpful with staff as they go back and look at different scenarios, I would like to see an overall commercial reduction, bringing the 580 down to 435,000 total. 435,000, correct. Remove medical office, and I would actually like to have flexibility so that that 435 could be better distributed based on the economic conditions at time of application. That's where I feel most comfortable at this point.
If you're willing to make that into a motion, I would second it.
Okay. So, I move to reduce the maximum development capacity of the non-residential by 25% from 580,000 to 435,000, removing medical office and leaving flexibility between office, hotel, and commercial as dictated in Table 2-2.
Okay, I will second that. And the reason for the second is that I know from the EIR that that alternative reduces traffic trips by 19%. What I don't know if it reduces it far enough so that it's no longer a significant unavoidable impact. That has not been analyzed in the EIR. But I think that your motion is general enough to get to where I'm hearing the council want to go, which is to get to a point where we are eliminating that significant unavoidable impact on the freeways and leaving the question for a specific mix within what you're proposing to another day is what I'm understanding and why I'm seconding the motion. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support the motion. It has some assumptions, which I'm going to have to wait till whenever. It has an assumption that the 435,000 square feet won't need a statement of overriding considerations. It has a 580,000 square foot foundational number, and that may or may not be the current number, but that's okay. We can wait till it comes back to see that. So there are a couple uncertainties, but given those uncertainties will come back to us, I'm supporting the motion.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask a question, and it's kind of repetitive to when we started. So there's current medical that's about 20,000 square feet, and you said, so based on this motion, I believe you told us that if that landowner has one of their tenants leave, they cannot replace that with medical office. Is that correct?
They would have 180 days within which to replace that tenant, and it would still be a fine land use. So they would have to be quick in terms of being able to make that switch, but the legal nonconforming runs with the land and can stay in perpetuity as long as that time frame gap does not exceed the 180 days.
Okay, thank you. That sounds fair enough.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, with the motion that's on the floor, staff would be able to do some additional analysis to find out if there are any additional limitations for the subsets of commercial uses within the 435, and we could bring that back to you at our next discussion.
So I understand that when you say the subsets, that would be a discussion of any kind of limitation on the square footage of what I'm going to call boxes?
Well, not necessarily boxes, but just within an overall reduction of 435, just so we understand what if it all went to hotel, what if it all went to general office or shopping center. I expect that we may find there's still some parameters within which we would need to meet the goal of no override.
Other questions or comments on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. So I'm Vice Mayor Spector.
Madam Mayor, my question was going to be probably the one that was just about to come out of your mouth, which is, do we have a time frame for this coming back to us?
That wasn't, but Ms. Prevetti?
Staff needs approximately 2 weeks to do that evaluation for you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Paulson, would you put the bullet items back up, please? All right, so if I look at this, bullet 3, allowance of medical office use, has just been taken care of. Bullet 4 needs to come back whenever we have the subsets. However, I think I'm going to look to the council, but it strikes me that we may be able to discuss the other items, even having that commercial question pending. Looking to the council? Yes, no, maybe? Vice Mayor Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for looking. If the question is simply, can we move forward on these other items, i.e. the next one would be building heights, I would say yes, we can.
Okay, I'm getting nods from other people. Okay, so let's go on to building heights. And building heights for council members are contained, and I don't know if we have it on Mr. Paulson available to us, but for residential, I think it's 2.66. And I'm not sure where it is for retail, but there are two different things. 274 for retail. So I'm going to open it up for comments or questions or a motion from any member of the council on this subject matter. Okay, I will start out. Again, I'm going to take a very big picture view. I don't really understand why we have in these proposed specific plan two separate standards, one for residences and one for commercial. Strikes me that there ought to be a building height with very specific exceptions. For example, I understand that affordable units will sometimes be built higher. I understand that hotels may sometimes be built higher than what our general plan requires, which is 35 feet. So I would be interested in what other council members have to say about that. I'd be interested in what they have to say about consolidating the height requirements into a single standard. I can say that with respect to the height limitations, if I look at getting very specific, there are certain, I would generally not be in favor of any exceptions except for those that I've just called out. I'm definitely not in favor of an exception that says, for example, on page 2-25, that height may be increased if it is, quote, necessary to achieve excellence in architectural design, unquote. I don't know what that is. And that seems extraordinarily vague for me to somehow, I could get the Chrysler building because it's really cool looking, but it may not be the right thing there. I'm also really concerned that on that same page 2-25, it is referring, and it refers throughout the specific plan, to what it's calling framed views or view corridors. I would not be in favor of any language that indicates that a framed view is okay or that a view corridor is okay. There's also language that eliminated a discussion of views of the hills and made it views of the ridge, and that's quite different. So I'm just throwing out those original comments of where I'm coming from, and I'd like to see what other members of the council have to say. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I was hoping that would be your motion, but generally, if we're doing the high level, I generally agree that we should have one building height. I generally agree that 35 feet should be it. You had mentioned some examples of exceptions. The two that you mentioned seemed okay, but that's why I was hoping that it would be in the form of a motion. There is one aspect of all these pages that I also think should not be so detailed, and nor do I think that we need to separate non-residential and residential, and that is building heights should be all-inclusive. This is something that I've probably said for 10 years. You don't say the building is 45 feet high and 35 feet high, and then you add, design and elevators and everything else. So I would want whatever we should choose to be all-inclusive.
Okay, other comments or questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
In general, I'm in support of what has already been said by the mayor and vice mayor. One thing that I want to make sure that when we're looking at 2-25, specifically that regardless of where we end up with these exceptions, whether it's for affordable housing or hotel, that we do maintain a maximum. Right now, under 2.66, we say under E, the maximum height for a hotel use is 45 feet. But we don't have something similar for affordable housing. So I want to make sure that while I want to keep the majority of the development there in keeping at 35 feet with what is normally within our town codes, I want to make sure that when we do allow certain exceptions, it is at a cap at 45 feet, and that there is extenuating circumstance for those exceptions. In this case, we've identified affordable housing as well as a hotel.
Okay, other comments or questions? Councilman Rennie?
I think one thing we kind of need to consider that this property is not flat. So I know, for example, there's in the middle of the property, there's a hole that's 10 or 12 feet below the Los Gatos Boulevard. So, for example, if you put a 45-foot building there, it would look like a 35-foot building from Los Gatos Boulevard. So I'm, should that be in consideration somehow? And for me, heights have a little bit to do with how you place, where you place it, and what you place around it. So the general idea is to have a stepped up approach, so 25 feet at Los Gatos Boulevard, 35 feet after that, and then you get into the hole, so maybe a 45-foot is more appropriate for that, and then step down as you go towards the highway, for example, to 35 and so forth. So I want to leave the flexibility, but I want to create a nice-looking design.
Other comments or questions? Okay, so I will convert my comments to then a motion and see where we go. If I'm looking at page 2-25 and the section is 2.66 and 2.74 is the residential, my motion would be to combine those sections into a single section that is a height requirement, if you will, for the specific plan. That the maximum height be 35 feet. Which is in conformity with our other rules, that there could be an exception up to 45 feet for affordable housing and or a hotel, that any reference to exceptions for achieving excellence in architectural design would be eliminated, that there would be no concept of a framed view or a view corridor, that the view would be of the hills, not of the ridge, and incorporating the Vice Mayor's comments that that maximum height would be inclusive of all features is the I don't know how to put it in a different way. So is there any second for that motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Second.
Okay, comments or questions on the motion that's now on the floor? Councilman Rennie.
I have a question. Now, I've not seen it in 2.6, but I know there's language in here that talks about height bonus with more open space. How does your motion affect that concept?
My motion would not allow that. And that is... I can't remember where it is, but it's in here. Ms. Perfetti, do you know where it is?
So it's on the screen as well. It's on page 2-25, 2.6.6A.
Okay, the transition district increased height up to 45 if it provides additional open space. My motion would eliminate that because my motion is basically not granting an exception except for hotel or affordable housing.
And through the mayor, staff will go through the residential portion as well. I believe there's one statement similar to that for the transition district for residential, so we'll make that clarification as well.
Okay, so other questions or comments on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I guess I'm not particularly in favor of really high heights, but I'm concerned that we're not really considering the site very well. So again, you know, if it's not affordable housing and it's in the hole and it's sitting at 35 feet, it's actually can't even be seen really over the houses that are 25 feet at Los Gatos Boulevard. So it seems a little extreme to be this simple about the motion.
Okay. Other comments or questions on the motion? Okay. Councilwoman Sayak.
Question of staff, if I may. Can you just walk me through, is there a difference between finished grade and natural grade, and whether we need to put any considerations or specifications here?
Let me ask Mr. Paulson to assist with that question.
So I believe there is, and I'm going to the height definition in the glossary, which mimics our definition from the town code. So it states, and actually I'll just put it up on the screen so everyone can see. So it's from existing or proposed grade, whichever grade creates a lower profile. So if your finished grade is lower, then you would use that. If your existing grade is lower, you would use that.
Okay, other questions or comments? Okay. Oh. Sorry, Councilman Rennie.
So, excuse me, thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to this, it seems to make sense that we should change it to just be finished grade. If you consider how much grading is going to go on out there, it's going to be difficult to do measurements from before and after to figure out what the actual height limit is. So I recommend that we do it from finished grade only.
So if that's a request to amend the motion, I am going to not accept it because I don't want to, if I understand Mr. Paulson, the definition that's on the board and that's in the glossary of the proposed specific plan is what's contained in our town code and policies already. So I would not be interested in changing that for a particular project. So I would not be amenable to amending the motion. Other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to open space requirements, which we can all find at 2.53. And a table of, let's see, and 2.53. So that's at page 2-11, and there's a table on page 2-13, and lots of language in the proposed specific plan with respect to types, what counts as open space, how much is required, etc. So I'll look to the council for questions, comments, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis, is that a hand up or are you just thinking?
It is a hand up. Question for staff. In our prior discussions, there was discussion of maintaining some historical resources or perhaps putting in a dog park or some kind of a park or whatnot. Is this standard inclusive of those potential items?
Well, I would say it definitely does not prohibit those options should a applicant come forward with an application that included those.
All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may be a question of staff. I seem to recall that in locations in the draft plan, there are opportunities for increased height based on open space, which could include balconies and roofs. Is that correct?
So I believe the referral to height, and I'll go back and just confirm that, was for green open space. It's possible to do a green roof. So there are some rooftop parks or more park-like rooftop settings. So I could see that as an opportunity. A balcony, I don't know that that would correlate to the height, but with the previous motion, that opportunity was removed for a height increase with the open space.
So thank you, Mr. Paulson. I was just going to also say that the intent of the motion was to remove that opportunity, and I'm looking, and it's very difficult given how long and complicated the specific plan is to make sure you get all the cross-references. But if I look at page 2-12, it says, for example, additional green space is required when a structure exceeds the maximum height. So the previous motion was intended to make sure that a structure wasn't exceeding the maximum height unless it was one of the exceptions that was contained in that motion.
And staff will definitely go through and make sure that we catch all those cross-references.
So comments, questions, motion with respect to open space. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based upon what we've heard, I don't have any motions or changes that I would make to the open space requirements because all my concerns were directed toward height.
I have a question, Mr. Paulson. Just making sure. I think you said in response to the Vice Mayor's question that balconies and rooftops were not going to be counted as open space, given that the height exception has been reduced, or am I right or wrong?
No, they still could be counted as open space because there's private open space as well. Typically, a balcony will include that, and there are opportunities for roof decks or things like that that could be counted as open space if they were true open space, as determined by the deciding body.
So would that count toward the 30% open space that's proposed in the plan?
As
a balcony?
As it's currently written, I will look through just to see if there's anything specific to those two items, but they would count as open space, whether they would be private open space or common open space. I'll see if there's any differentiation there.
Okay, and for Mr. Paulson or Ms. Privetti, whoever can answer this, there is we don't have, you're talking about public open space and private open space. There's a concept that's actually implemented in San Francisco where there is a public open space that's within a private building. So, for example, an office building has a public open space, but nobody knows it's there. But they have to go into the building and go find it. They actually put little signs up now. So, I could see if I had a commercial building and I had a rooftop, would my rooftop garden count as public open space, private open space? How would it be delineated in the 30%? Or do we have to even figure that out?
So in the the privately owned public open spaces is definitely not only in San Francisco, but we're seeing that in other places as well as a way to encourage additional open space that is accessible to the public. I don't believe this specific plan identifies that as a type of open space, but again, that's a modification that we could include. The glossary might be a good place for some of this discussion because there are definitions for open space, green space, and private open space. And according to the definition of private open space on page 6-15, for purposes of the specific plan, private open space is included in the 30% open space requirement, and that would include patios and balconies. And this is a very important policy issue, so it's something that is worth further deliberation. And if there are adjustments to the definitions, this is something that staff would work through if there are modifications to the definitions.
All right, so is this something that's appropriate where the council may make a generalized motion as it did with the commercial space and then ask staff to come back with different proposals for consideration?
Yes.
Okay, so given that answer, I'm going to look to the council for any motions, questions, or comments they may have with respect to open space.
I'll make a motion.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay. I'll move to retain the open space designation of 30% as currently contained within the draft specific plan, with further definition and delineation by staff between private and public.
Okay, I'll second that. Comments or questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
I'm going to support the motion because it's very vague and general. But when this comes back to us, private open space that is not accessible to the public or is not known by the public to exist would not be something that I would support as part of the 30%.
Other comments or questions about the motion? Councilwoman Sayak.
Since we're giving feedback to staff on what they can consider, I know when we were discussing it under committee, different examples were given, and one was a community garden that was in the private residential, but portions may be accessible to the public. That was an example of it was a private open space, yet it would count within the 30%. And so I want to make sure that that idea and that concept would still retain as part of the public 30%.
As seconder of the motion, I'm going to indicate to Ms. Pravetti, and hope that she's going to say that my understanding is correct, that what Councilwoman Sayak is describing, it would be a privately owned public space?
That is correct, and that is probably a good clarification to make for the specific plan. So I think per the Vice Mayor's comment, if there are other elements where you feel that that it would not be publicly accessible and therefore not counted towards the 30%, that kind of additional direction would be helpful.
Okay, but right now we have a general motion that's on the floor and seconded. So any comments or questions on that general motion? Councilman Rennie.
Could you repeat the motion again, please?
To retain the 30% minimum open space requirements as currently defined in the draft, with further explanation from staff on how they will delineate private open space.
Okay. I'm going to call the question then. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. And I failed to say for the record, Ms. Bravetti, Mr. Schultz, I think that the first motion, the very first one that passed 3-2, was opposed by Councilman Rennie and Councilwoman Sayoc. So
Noted.
just
Thank
remembered.
you.
All right. That brings us to the consideration of historical and agricultural resources. And I will remind the council, we had 2 desk items on this. Well, actually, maybe 2 desk items, or at least 3. A letter from Mr. Morimoto, 2 letters from lawyers, a letter from Carrie and Carrie, I think. And further information from one of our very first motions on the EIR. The question of historic and agricultural resources is a question, no matter how the council resolves it, will require, Mr. Schultz, Ms. Bravetti, a statement of overriding considerations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Given that introduction, comments, questions, motion, Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not a motion yet, but just generally, I would be supportive of preserving the Red Barn. I would be supportive of having preserving some of the existing walnut trees in an area around or near the Red Barn, and the acreage that I would envision would be about 2 acres. So this is not a motion yet, but those are the concepts that I would have.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So based on what Vice Mayor Spector just said, would that be included in the 30% of the open space? Or is this in addition to the 30%?
I don't know if that goes to Ms. Bravetti or the Vice Mayor.
I could make stuff up, but I think you should go to staff.
That's my question was for staff. I'm sorry.
All right, just making sure, because Ms. Bravetti had her head down.
I think we would, the overall goal of the specific plan is to have a nice balance of land uses and open space. So to the extent there is interest in having some amount of contiguous acreage with walnut trees, I would say that would count as open space. That's green space.
Okay, I have a question, follow-up on that, is would it be within the council's prerogative to, because this is a separate consideration, given that there is an EIR that says loss of the orchard is a significant historical unavoidable impact, could the council determine to decide to require retention of a certain amount of that, irrespective of a percentage requirement of open space for the rest of it, so that it would be independent for its statement of overriding considerations, for example?
The council may certainly do that. However, the historic resource impact would still remain significant and unavoidable. Just the removal of the buildings or even their movement would create the significant unavoidable impact.
Right, I understand that, but just to follow up, for purposes of the council adopting a statement of overriding considerations, it could, for example, say, we're willing to do that because we are getting a barn, 2 acres, walnut trees, whatever it might be, understanding that it would remain an impact no matter what.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whoops. Other comments, questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So I'm thinking about the preservation of this historical resource and who would be paying for it. Would it be something that the community could interact with, like a community space? Would it be a picnic area? Would it be a museum? What would it be? So moving forward, however the discussion goes, my preference would be it would be an active space, a community area, perhaps even a meeting room that the community could use with an outside picnic area or something to that effect that pays tribute to the historical heritage encompassed in the 2 acres, perhaps that Council or Vice Mayor Spector suggested, and perhaps even a place where it will bring the community in to as a park and as a place to recreate. So I will leave that out there. As far as preserving the Red Barn and some of those items in particular, I'm not sure about the feasibility of that. I don't know if you try to move them or try to rehabilitate them, if they're going to fall down. Reading the correspondence from Mr. Morimoto and some of the other people working with them, it didn't seem, other than perhaps the farming heritage in the trees and the walnut orchards, that the barns were historical in that respect. With that said, I'm interested in further discussion, and again, my preference would be whatever resource conservation is made, that it becomes an active space that the community could use and participate in, as opposed to a dead space that somebody has to maintain and raise money to support.
Other comments or questions? Councilman Rennie.
I think this is a question for the maker of the motion. So thinking through this, it was suggested that we keep 2 acres of the walnut orchards. Is that, so I guess the question is, keep them as they are, or can it be replanted, and can we make it some other orchard? There's some suggestions of making this a picnic area or something. It seems to me, when I walked out there, the trees are sort of sparsely placed, but not sparse enough that you can really do much other than zigzag walk around through them. So the real question is, do we keep it at walnut trees, or can it be a general orchard, and can it be a replanted orchard in a way that makes the space more usable?
So, Councilman Rennie, thank you for your comments. I think the Vice Mayor was very specific that she wasn't making a motion, so we don't have a motion. Comments, questions, or a motion? Councilwoman Sayag.
I'll give a couple comments, and then I think I'll go ahead and give a shot at a motion. I do agree with reading the EIR as well as the different documents that pertain to historic preservation. Out of all of them, the one that I was leaning towards the most was really the considerations that our own Historic Preservation Committee put forward. They would like the entire acreage, 44 acres, to continue to have an agrarian rural feel, and they would like input in designing that so that the entire site has that feel, instead of just setting aside certain acreage that would be somehow within this entire development. If the barn is somehow usable to be used, I think that is a certain strong consideration I'd like to incorporate. But I actually have very strong feelings of just taking 2 acres of walnuts and just making them retain its look without any repurposing or ability to reshape it in some fashion so that it better integrates with the development.
So you said you were going to take a shot at the motion. Was that a motion?
Yes. So I move to retain the Red Barn, or at least as much of the retained barn that is salvageable, and utilize the Historic Preservation Committee to work with future applications to retain the historic and agrarian feel of that the specific plan is envisioning.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Councilman Rennie.
I will go ahead and second it. I think that's, I like those ideas. I heard or envisioned that it could be orchards spread throughout, and that hopefully there would be actual fruit, and it could be set up that it was harvested and then used in the open air market, or whatever the market that we're talking about. Market hall, yes. So it would be, in a way, sort of an active agrarian kind of operation with the fruit trees spread throughout, not in any particular acreage. So I will second that motion.
Okay, I have, I think, two questions for the maker of the motion. When you were making your comments before you actually made your motion, I thought I heard you say that you were supportive of the original recommendation of the Historic Preservation Committee. Is that the intent of your motion?
Correct.
Okay. And the second question is, I'm unsure, based on your motion, whether you would like to see the original trees retained or you would allow different trees to be replanted, because that may, I don't know that I think replanting another tree, ripping out the original trees, does much for history, kind of like rebuilding the Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas.
So for this, actually, and maybe this is the best time to discuss it, I'd actually like to utilize an actual arborist to help with that determination. My understanding is some of the trees are in poor health. My own preference, I'd rather use what's in existence, especially given drought conditions. Any new tree will require much more water than an existing tree. But I think it would just depend on each tree, and I think a botanist or an arborist would best be able to determine which trees are used.
So my request would be that you amend your motion to specifically include those two things if you are in support of them.
Yes, I would be.
And then the seconder, would you agree with those?
So we've added to it that a botanist or arborist is going to evaluate whether we keep the walnut trees or plant them with something else. Is that correct?
It's my understanding. Well, I didn't make the motion, but I want to make sure that Councilwoman Sayek says what she means by it.
That's correct, that an arborist would help us determine which trees are feasible and which aren't, in working with the Historic Preservation Committee as well as the applicant.
Okay, so working with the Historic Preservation Committee, I think, was the important part. So I will.
Okay, so we have an amended motion that's been agreed as discussed. Vice Mayor Spector?
Yes, I'm probably not going to support the motion, but before I come to a conclusion on that, if somebody, maybe staff, could read back to me or verbalize back to me what the motion is as it now stands.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the motion is to retain the overall agrarian feel of the specific plan area through the development process, retain the red barn, as much of it as possible as salvageable, that the Historic Preservation Committee should be working with applicants on their individual applications to determine how that agrarian feel is integrated into the development, that working with an arborist and the HPC, the Historic Preservation Committee, and the applicant, there would be a determination of whether or not original trees could be retained or if they should be replanted. So that's the majority of the motion. There was also acknowledgement of supporting the Historic Preservation Committee's recommendation. And for that, staff would appreciate some clarification. The HPC did come up with specific policy language as identified in attachment 46, page 6, that they suggested the North 40 development should at a minimum preserve the red barn and family house within the context of a defined area, and it goes on. So I'm not sure if the intent of the motion is to use that literal policy language, or rather the overall intent, which was the agrarian feel and the other elements of the motion as it stands.
My motion was the overall intent. So.
Thank you.
And is that the understanding of the seconder?
Yes.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So the question is, in the motion, preserve as much of the red barn as possible. Is that where it currently stands, or is it movable to another location? I mean, I'm not sure about the feasibility of it in its particular location. So if the objective is to say, hey, this barn was once on the property, and relocate it to another area and put a new foundation in it and make it safe for the public to enter, Is that the intention, or is it to leave it exactly where it is and try to rehabilitate it in its place?
No, the intent is to allow flexibility for the applicant to move it, to better incorporate it into its design.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions on the motion?
I agree.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That motion passes 3-2. Councilman Leonardis and Vice Mayor Spector opposed. Okay. We are next hoping to move on to infrastructure, which is defined up there on the chart. And Councilman Rennie.
I would like to propose several additions around bicycle usage. So let me start off and say I'd like to make a motion. Maybe I'll do them separately. I guess it's easier.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you if you have page references for us. That would be really helpful.
So starting with, I'd like to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation in attachment 18, page 4, section 4.9 is what I wrote down. It comes from 4.9 in the specific plan, but I will read out what it says in the Planning Commission. I guess it's in attachment 18. It says all bike lanes that are 5 feet wide are required to be painted green. Sharrows are used when there is not enough space for a full bike lane.
So, Ms. Pravetti, yeah, Councilman Rennie, is that a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. And when I look at the specific plan, page 4-9 and section 4.9, there's a section on bicycle travel, and I'm not sure if, Ms. Pravetti, that's where this would fit or not. Can you help me, or Councilman Rennie, with that?
So I'm quoting attachment 18 that says under section 4.9 bicycle travel on page 4-9, add the following sentence as I read it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Oh.
And Vice Mayor was seconding as well. Comments or questions on that particular motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. If you want to continue, that's fine.
Yes, please. I have a second one I'd like to add to policy C5 on page 4-1 of the specific plan. So currently C5 says integrated bicycle facilities and amenities throughout the site. I'd like to add a sentence that says separated bike lanes or multi-use paths used where possible.
Again, is that a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. I have a question for the maker of the motion. When you say separated bike lanes, do you mean painted separation? Do you mean flexible pole separation? Do you mean cement separation? What do you mean by that?
So I would tend to say class 1, which I believe pole separations are adequate to achieve class 1. So it says separated or multimodal paths. So multimodal path is not going to be separated. More specifically, what I'm looking for is not the use of sharrows on A Street kind of thing for a bike path, but to actually have paths that are, where possible, separated from the cars.
So would it be fair to call that, I mean, I get that you're saying separated, but just so I understand it, a dedicated bike lane, if you will? I mean, what I'm going to call that, I guess it makes no sense because separated is probably a term of art.
So to me, separated means it's not in the street, or if it is in the street, it has poles or concrete barriers or tree plantings or something of that sort.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor seconded the motion. Is that your understanding?
I now understand it, and I'm still seconding it.
Okay, other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-1. Councilman Leonardis opposed. Mr. Rennie.
I have one more that I'd like to add, and my problem is figuring out where it was supposed to add, since I wrote these a long time ago. What I want to do is basically, A Street is anticipated to be narrow to reduce traffic speeds, and it currently calls for sharrows on A Street as a bike lane solution. To me, that's a bad solution. If I think about what A Street does, is it brings the neighborhood over to the neighborhood serving commercial. So I can imagine young kids trying to ride down a narrow street because this is the bike lane. What I'd like to see is something paralleling A Street, potentially through the buildings, as some sort of multimodal path to get people from the residential area into the neighborhood serving commercial, rather than using A Street and sharrows as the bicycle solution.
Okay, and I'm going to take it that that is a motion and look to see if there's a second.
Yes, it is a motion. I'm not sure how well worded, but or precisely worded.
I think we'll ask questions if we don't understand, but I think so. We have a motion with respect to the proposed A Street. Is there a second on that motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Before I second,
or a question.
I would like to see if staff could put up the diagram of A Street. People know what we're talking about.
So that is the street section. You may also want to look at page 4-3 so you can see how A Street connects the entire specific plan together.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pravetti, what page?
Sorry, 4-3. And it's up on the screen now, so you see that it really is a center artery connecting in parallel with Los Gatos Boulevard, all of the three districts.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. What is the width of A Street currently? We have 12 and 12.
So, yeah, 24 feet in this section.
And then we have trees planted on each side and then a sidewalk barrier. Is that correct? Is it possible that that sidewalk could be, as Mr. Rennie indicated, multimodal transportation path? Or is there going to be a separate, was it Mr. Rennie's intention to add an additional space?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I didn't need it to be as specific to that particular sidewalk. What I really wanted was a bike path that, if you look at the larger plan on page 4.3, the bicycles don't necessarily have to travel down A Street. If you could think about in the Lark District, there's buildings, there's spaces between buildings, there's paths. So I leave open the option of turning some of those paths between the buildings into a multimodal path and encouraging bicycle travel, maybe even a separate piece of that path designated as the bicycle lane, so they get completely away from A Street if that the developer so desires. If not, the developer could widen the sidewalk on A Street to achieve the same kind of thing, but to me, I think it achieves the same purpose to allow, I'm specifically thinking kids and so forth to travel safely down to the other end without having to be on A Street, which is designed here to be quite narrow.
So that was a question to Mr. Rennie's motion, but we haven't had a second yet. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Councilwoman Sayoc. Further questions or discussion of the motion, Vice Mayor Spector?
I'm not certain I'm going to be supporting the motion, not because I don't think it sounds like a really good idea. I'm just not certain, based upon the information that we have, if it is feasible or the best thing we can do. So I'm still weighing that.
Okay, I'm actually not going to support the motion because I think that, actually for the same reasons Vice Mayor Spector suggested that she may not, I will not be. But I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed?
No.
No. And I didn't hear the Vice Mayor. No. So that motion fails on a vote of 3-2. Is there an alternate motion or no motion? We don't have to address this. This was something that Councilman Rennie was bringing up. So, Councilman Rennie.
Well, so I guess I didn't completely understand why the vice mayor or the mayor were opposed. I guess my main concern is A Street is narrow. We're starting from a blank slate. Why are we making what I consider an inadequate bike lane that's basically travels with the cars? And I'm open to other suggestions. I'm just trying to get something that allows a better solution to get from one end to the other without kids basically riding down a street where they can't even be next to the cars. They have to be between them.
So if there's an alternate motion, you can make that, but Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would have a question of staff. Again, I thought the idea was good. I was just not prepared to designate and define how it would happen. Is there some way that we could put into the plan the concept of traversing this property north to south without using A, without being specific at this juncture?
Yes, I think that through the mayor, the council could add a policy that speaks to that specific request. And so maybe Ms. Prevetti or Mr. Morley have some specific language, but you could put that in as a policy or direction in this section of the specific plan.
And in fact, there's a lot of research now on bicycle travel where many communities are looking at parallel routes. So I think if the intention is to provide the connectivity between the districts, we could work up policy language to achieve that. I think the issue of feasibility is a good one to raise because we would then need to work with individual developers to make sure that it can actually be accomplished. So we would have a little bit more work. But let me just ask our Director of Parks and Public Works if he has other guidance for the council.
Yeah, I think Ms. Prevetti's suggestion is probably the most prudent. The alternative, if you wanted to address it tonight, might be to include a multimodal path outside of A Street or paralleling A Street, providing connectivity as a solution. The multimodal path being more of a generic term with more specific paths beneath that the development community could bring forward.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Just looking at the diagram that Mr. Paulson put up on the screen, you have 12-foot, lanes on each side, and then you have two sidewalks. Couldn't one of those sidewalks just be a bike lane, and then one be a sidewalk, one for pedestrians, one for bikes, going in both directions?
If I may, I think on a street you'd want to carry the traffic both directions on both sides, at least the pedestrian traffic both directions on both sides. But certainly use of one of those sidewalks as a multimodal path would be a solution.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm actually going to make a motion. Since we have other things that are coming back to us, I would move that staff understands the concept that we are going for, which is north-south travel not on a vehicle travel street, but a bicycle accessible travel. And my motion would be for when we come back to this, when we determine when that's going to be with the other information, that staff also give us scenarios for how that might work in a specific plan. So that's my motion. Councilman Rennie.
I'll go ahead and second the motion and just add one piece of information. I did actually request this from Summerhill probably a month or two ago, and they came back and told me that they have added it into their design to do some sort of multimodal path that's away from the street. So that's kind of a, do you trust me? Do we trust them? But I do have some indication that it is possible. So I will second the motion and just leave you with that little bit of extra information.
Okay, comments or questions on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Councilman Rennie, does that take care of your items?
That's
Okay.
it for these items.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Continuing on with infrastructure, and this might be Section 5 as opposed to 4. And through the mayor, I have a question of staff. It's not clear to me whether or not this plan requires the infrastructure to be completed prior to the initial development of the property. Development being homes, commercial, whatever. And it would be my preference that the infrastructure be completed, but I'm not sure that it can be. And so that's the question. Assuming that the council would like the infrastructure to be completed, is that possible? And if so, how do we make that determination, or how do you make that determination? And if not, what do we do?
The infrastructure for the first phase of the project would be included. Subsequent phases would not be included at full completion.
Thank you. I'm looking at the specific plan as a totality as opposed to a phasing. And so why wouldn't all of the infrastructure be completed? Can it be completed? Why would we be phasing the infrastructure? And if so, what would be not completed in phase 1?
I believe the phase 1 installation handles the infrastructure that would be required for that phase. So the southern side of the property. The northern side would depend a little bit on what was built there. So some of the infrastructure would be dependent on the actual construction, and then ultimately the full phasing of the infrastructure would be a burden that would be shared across the developing partners for the project.
And through the mayor, one other thing I would add is the challenge with multiple property owners. So, as developers come through, there's multiple property owners, and so that northern half, there are still a number of different property owners. So accomplishing that becomes a challenge.
Maybe this will be my last question on this, and I see Ms. Pravetti has information, but can you tell us what infrastructure will not be completed if we proceed by way of phase 1, phase 2? Since, again, we're drafting a specific plan for the entire piece of property.
So defer to Ms. Pravetti, but generally that will be an exercise that will be taken on when the phase 1 application comes through. There'll be a lot of engineering studies that will be done to look at capacities and to ensure that the infrastructure that is installed, A, can handle the additional capacity from future phases, and B, make sure that it's, that connectability is there in as simple a manner as possible. I believe Ms. Pravetti probably has a little more phasing information on that as well.
Infrastructure and its phasing is probably one of the most complex issues for a specific plan. And while ideally we would all love to see all the infrastructure done up front, that's rarely possible. And with our Nexus requirements, we really can't ask that of a single developer. So we really don't know exactly how this property will develop over time. There is a figure 6-3 on page 6-4 that identifies some infrastructure and a conceptual approach to phasing. The bottom line is that the infrastructure that will be developed with each application is going to depend on what is the infrastructure that that specific development requires. And there may be area-wide infrastructure such as stormwater solutions that have to be put in upfront that will serve the entire area, and then that first developer will be reimbursed as subsequent builders come forward. So it's very, very challenging. I think the best approach would be to clearly state what your policies are and your intention to make sure that there's adequate infrastructure in place for each development application as it occurs, and that there is some kind of mechanism for cost sharing or reimbursement in the event the first builder in or the first series of builders in have to oversize in order to accomplish what they need for their own development.
Let me go to Are you following up still? And then I'll go to Councilwoman Sack.
Yes, I'm still following up, and thank you, both of you. First of all, in the plan as it's currently drafted, do we provide for all of the area-wide? And secondly, does the plan currently provide that as these developments go forward, all of the issues you just raised are covered? Because I don't know the answer to that.
This is a place in the specific plan where I understand it was a little bit challenging for the advisory committee, so I'll certainly let our advisory committee members mention that. So Chapter 6 addresses plan implementation, phasing, and administration. And so what you have before you was the extent to which the committee was able to resolve these particular issues. It does identify a variety of implementation techniques, such as developer contributions, community facilities, districts, et cetera. So it is intended to be flexible to meet the future needs of the town as development happens. But with these kinds of issues, additional policy guidance could be given by the council. And I know that area 6.2 under phasing on page 6-1 was an area that the Planning Commission was asked to weigh in on, and they gave some guidance, but even for the Planning Commission, it's very challenging just because we don't know how exactly this will be implemented.
Councilwoman Sack.
A comment on the phasing and then some questions to staff. Phasing was such a difficult, Councilwoman Spector is smiling. It was a very difficult area for the North 40 Advisory Committee to come to consensus to. So there was no consensus. And we actually asked staff to come back with specific ideas on how to look at phasing. Now, one of the things, that being said, one of the things that I understood was there was certain infrastructure that was going to come into play immediately because, for example, stormwater drainage, because it was an EIR requirement as a mitigation. Is that not the case, or is that still going along with phasing?
Well, it will be phased, but there will be, the backbone, the main infrastructure will be put in place. We also will be working with the developers as they come through the process to make sure that it is done in a manner that, again, is efficient and meets engineering criteria as our Parks and Public Works Department work with developers, consultants to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where we've installed or a developer has installed infrastructure that then as phases come down the line has to be replaced, impacting existing occupied either commercial or residential space. I'm not sure if Mr. Morley has anything to add to that.
I think the status of our existing stormwater permit might be a good example where it's changing now and becoming much more restrictive, has much more stringent requirements in terms of low impact development and what the developers need to incorporate, allowing some flexibility for change, not knowing the full duration of the development of even the sort of the northern part of the property. Would be prudent to allow for instance, stormwater to be put in place at the requirements that are in place when the construction occurs.
Okay, and if I may, if I remember the EIR correctly, didn't they find that the current piping in there is undersized?
The current, through the mayor, the current piping in Los Gatos Boulevard is undersized. So even when the first phase comes through, it's going to handle, if not all, a very significant portion of that current downfall as far as a servicing for the stormwater. So that improvement will benefit off-site properties as well.
Okay, and then one last question. When the EIR was done and you were looking at maximums in terms of your stormwater flow and the NPDES permit, was it determined that we have adequate outfall capacity for future development? Or is that also going to be looked at as we phase?
Specific to stormwater, and Mr. Paulson can correct me if he knows different, but I believe the water generated on site is treated on site per current or pending regulations.
Okay.
And there is outfall, and that was reviewed by San Jose Water, and so that is adequately handled through the specific plan, and it will be reevaluated as actual applications come through.
Okay. And then moving away from water flow now, what about streets? How would that work? And looking at the overall infrastructure, we have a circulation plan, but now my understanding is only certain portions of that would be built with each phase. How would you ensure then that it ties in together, especially if there's different landowners and different streets that need to connect?
As the circulation plan lays out, that's a conceptual circulation plan. As we look at the first phase, which as that application comes through and is reviewed, that will set some of the future locations, and we will be looking on an application by application basis to ensure that the circulation is adequate for the phase one portion and that we are going to have adequate ability for connections. And so future developers will need to accommodate some of that so that they can connect to the existing infrastructure that is installed.
And one last question, and it ties into traffic. At each portion of these phasing, using traffic specifically as an example, will a new traffic study be done to evaluate how, let's say we're between phase one and phase two, it's built. Will a new traffic study be done prior to phase two so that there can be an evaluation on whether the assumptions and parameters we used in looking at the traffic mitigation, whether it was successful? Like, is there opportunities along the way to take reality checks of the infrastructure that may be needed for future phases?
Sure, there are. Some of that will depend on the length of time between phases. Obviously, we're going through an EIR process, and I would defer to the town attorney if he has any additional comments. An EIR process that looked at a certain capacity. Some of those capacities that were studied in the EIR based on decisions made this evening or made at subsequent council hearings may change that to provide some flexibility there, but we will generally look at doing at a minimum an initial study at each phase to ensure that we're accommodating any potential traffic concerns.
Okay, those answer my questions for now.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As Ms. Sayak pointed out, this portion of the specific plan was difficult for the committee, and I'm still not, as I listen to the questions and the answers, I'm still not comfortable that this section is as far along as it should be. And for example, and this is a question of staff, I look at page 6263, and we're assuming a phase, again, which is not my favorite thing, but we're assuming that. And so does that mean if phase 1 is developed and phase 2 isn't, that street A just stops at some place in the dirt?
Yes.
See, this is why I'm not comfortable. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, then what can we do to prevent a street A just from stopping at a certain point? Are there examples of other specific plans you may have worked on in the past where we can ensure some minimum infrastructure is built so that the site plan doesn't fall into a jigsaw puzzle 10 years from now?
So specific plans do require a little bit of patience just because they can sometimes take 5, 10, 15, 20 years to build out. And it's not uncommon to see streets stubbed out in the eventuality that the rest of the plan gets built. But from my experience, typically, sometimes specific plans get built very quickly. Once things really get moving, then subsequent phases happen. San Jose was able to complete the Evergreen specific plan pretty much in completion within a very specified period of time. They're still working on the Communications Hill specific plan where they built a portion of a road, Communications Hill Boulevard, and it doesn't yet go over the hill. But their council just recently, 20 years later, accepted a development application, and now the rest of the plan is being built out. There were significant infrastructure constraints, et cetera. But I think given the desirability of Los Gatos, clearly it's going to be up to the property owners, but my sense is that the market here is strong enough that this plan will be built.
If you don't mind, Mr. Paulson, putting up the picture again that shows the entire North 40 with the A Street picture that we were working on. Okay, so my concern is, one, we don't know what phase 1 looks like. So are you saying that from Lark Avenue to South A Street, there could be a road in, but basically that is going to be the same road out, and we won't have Burton and Nodden and neighborhood?
Well, let me put up a different example, I think, from the infrastructure.
Okay.
So this may have been the one you were referencing. So you wouldn't have all of the rest of the streets that are shown on this, but we, again, as we look through the first phase, we will make sure that the circulation for the first phase is adequate to accommodate that from a traffic perspective and circulation perspective. But not knowing the exact boundaries, this is a specific plan that shows a conceptual phase 1. The phase 1 will be evaluated when it comes. We're not talking about the phase 1 application, but that will take the same concepts into consideration, and staff, community development, along with Parks and Public Works, fire, building, all will be looking at that for circulation and transportation effectiveness for that first phase.
And one other point of consideration is that since we don't know, what will be the actual first application or how it may evolve over time, it may be that additional connection points might be needed to Los Gatos Boulevard in order to support the level of traffic and the level of development that's being proposed. So this is a conceptual diagram that shows the backbone infrastructure, but there would definitely be additional streets. Some of them may be private, some of them may be public. There would be filling out of bike lanes and other pieces. So I know this is It's very skeletal and it's very conceptual, but at the development application stage, we would have the ability to ensure that whatever gets built as the first or second application, that it has the infrastructure needed, so that way there's adequate connections, movement, as well as their traffic mitigations, traffic impact fee payments, et cetera, to make sure that one, it really is taking care of all of its infrastructure responsibilities.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me make a suggestion here based on what information I know, and I'll start with sharing that. So we know Nodden exists as a dirt road now. I'm also pretty sure that the Yukis are not planning to sell the rest or move out of the rest of the Northern District. So I think there's a big risk of North A Street continuing to burden not occurring soon. It may be 2020 or something further out before that actually occurs. It seems reasonable to me that we require the first application, and you could even say the first application with over 100 houses or whatever you want to do to make sure it's something sizable, require them to finish Nodden Avenue and maybe even add the neighborhood street that's listed here, so we have adequate circulation. Even if the transition district's not done, we require A Street, Nodden to be upgraded to a full street, and the neighborhood street also put in. That seems reasonable to require of the first application.
Okay, before I ask you if that's a motion, I'm going to look to council for any kind of motions they want to make on the phasing portion that we've just been discussing, and which may include, if Councilman Rennie wants to convert what he just said to a motion, or it may also include requests for scenarios or further information from staff, or it may include whatever people think are important. Councilman Rennie.
I will go ahead and make that a motion, but I'm open to adjustments if people desire.
Let's see if there's a second. Well, actually, why don't you restate it in the form of a motion so we can make sure exactly what you are proposing?
So my motion is requiring the first applicant to put in A Street, upgrade Nodden to a full street, and add the neighborhood street. I'll leave it at that, but we can adjust.
Okay, I have a question before I call, just to make sure I understand your motion. A Street is south and north. Are you terminating A Street at a certain point with your motion?
So A Street must continue from Lark all the way to Nodden, and then Nodden be upgraded and the neighborhood street added.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Councilman Leonardis.
So I have a question for staff on this. Based on what Mr. Rennie proposed, is that feasible at this time? For instance, where it says neighborhood street, where it says Nodden Avenue, are there property lines and things in the way that might prevent what Mr. Rennie proposed at this time that are not under the control of the developer?
There very well could be. I think we appreciate the intent of the motion to make sure that there's adequate circulation. We may have a nexus challenge as well. And so should the motion pass, we might need to do some additional homework in terms of, are there other trade-offs? Are there other elements of infrastructure that perhaps do not get built so that this is not overly burdensome to that first application as described?
And there might be, by eliminating by the motion and the neighborhood street and the other street have to be put in, that eliminates, there might be a better solution to the circulation than putting in those streets through an area where there's nothing around it whatsoever. So, like I said, I think the concept is making certain that circulation and there's additional routes to Los Gatos Boulevard. But I'm not sure we want to make certain that, number one, it's feasible that they have control over that property. The first application, if they don't, it can't be done. And then number two, that there's a nexus that we'd be able to connect it with.
Councilman Leonardis.
Well, I don't know if the motion will get a second or not, but my feeling about this is it's one of those items that needs to go back for more information.
Okay, let me see if there's a second on that motion. Mr. Rennie's motion first. There is not. So it fails for lack of a second. Councilman Leonardis or Vice Mayor Spector. Let me go to Vice Mayor Spector. She had her hand at work. Are you referring to Councilman Leonardis or you going ahead?
I'm going ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. This would be a request of staff for when they come back to us. This would be my request, and if you would like me to make it in the form of a motion, I would.
Yes, please.
All right. When this plan comes back to us, I would like staff to give us a report delineating what the items of infrastructure are. Are they storm water runoff? Are they roads? Are they whatever? And then, so just make a list of them, real simple for simple people, and then state whether or not, when in the process they would be completed. Just so, for me, I can get my arms around what we have and where it's going to be handled in the process. So that would be my motion.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilman Leonardis.
I will second that motion.
Okay. I would like to ask the maker and seconder or just suggest some things that I'd like to be included in that information. I heard Ms. Privetti and Mr. Schultz both mention the problem of nexus for fees and for development of the infrastructure. I would really like to have an explanation of what that means, what the constraints are, how does that work. I understand that we don't want to have a freeway to nowhere, but I want to understand what those limitations are that you were referring to. And is that okay with the maker of the motion to include that?
Yes.
Seconder?
Yes.
Other questions or comments or proposed additions to the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you. Question for staff. Also, I don't know if, say, Nodden Avenue or any of the other streets inside of this property is owned and maintained by the town of Los Gatos, but if we would be liable for paying for any of those improvements, or will that all be by future developers?
All of the internal streets are proposed to be private, so they will not be maintained by the town or installed by the town. We will get back to you on the information on Bennett or Burton. I can't recall whether or not some or any of those are actually public currently.
Yeah, Burton is public for a very small stretch at the signal, but the substantial portion of it is private.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments on the motion that we have on the floor? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. You may ask another question.
Another question of staff process. When we get to a point where an application does come in, would we then, it would have to go through a public hearing, we then have the opportunities to look at the infrastructure in place? And at that point, are we able to say whether, because of the nexus, whether we can include certain streets for better circulation and or discussion of better stormwater capacity because of certain areas? Is that when we can pull in these nexus discussions, or is it only infrastructure that pertains to their particular land that they're developing?
You would look at the particular application and what they've proposed and what the impacts from that specific application are going to be, the water, the sewer, the streets, and what the impacts are to that. And then the engineers would look to see primarily with the streets. If on the application for the residential side, the Lark and the Los Gatos Boulevard, that's where you're going to see a lot of the improvements on the two main streets are going to go up front, because that's where a lot of that residential area will be. But then for the A Street, and knowing exactly where the connections are and how that will all work, we'll be looking at the application. And out of that might be that, yes, they don't have adequate circulation. It's all going to dump out on Lark Street, and that's not going to work, and that you're going to have to provide another street. Does that kind of answer? So it's kind of it kind of depends on what the application comes in with and handles all the infrastructure. But yes, you do have the time to look it over and make a determination whether they're a project. But you can't just say, well, I don't like an end street stub and therefore keep going with the street even though the circulation that they've proposed on their property is adequate. Or put another storm drain in all the way on the other side of the property because we think it needs to go in now even though there won't be any impact from your project. That you can't do. That's where the nexus comes in.
But with each application, there would be engineers making sure the circulation works and that there's proper way in and out of the property and
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, add, in fact, staff would work with the applicant to ensure there's adequate infrastructure to support the proposal, and it wouldn't even be ready to go to public hearing until we've resolved all of those issues.
Okay. So I have that we kind of moved to phasing that was connected with infrastructure. I have two things that I'd like the council to consider on infrastructure, and I'll just make them into motions because it's getting late and I hope they're pretty basic. One is page 6-5, section 6.3.3, development fees, exactions, and community benefit. And I'm just going to look to staff. As I read this section, it's essentially obsolete because the council has eliminated the community benefit policy that's as it exists in this section, and the fees are different, et cetera, et cetera. So would it be appropriate for a motion to simply eliminate that, or would that be something where we'd make a motion to ask staff to convert this to something that's appropriate when you come back with the rest of the Section 6 changes?
The latter would probably work best.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion for staff to change 6.3.3 to make it reflect our current code and policies for the town. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. And the other one is back in section 4. And it's section 4.10 of the proposed plan on page 4-9. And it's transit demand management. And currently it says that it is advisable to establish effective transportation demand management programs in the area. My motion would be that that language be changed to indicate that it is required as each application comes in. So I'll look to council as they get a chance to read that and determine whether there's a second for that motion.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Councilwoman Sayak. Councilman Leonardis, did you have a comment, question, or were you going to second?
I was going to second.
Comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. Vice Mayor Spector.
Question of the maker of the motion. I may not have seen this quickly enough. Is this where we would include shuttles? And if so, I don't see them.
I think that the current section is vague enough that it doesn't say shuttles in particular, but it does say taking alternate modes of transportation, but I'd certainly include a shuttle option or make a separate motion that be included in that section as part of a transit demand management plan.
And since I heard you make a motion, I'm going to second it because the introductory sentence says may include, and so I would like that in the prior list.
Okay, so that's a new motion. Does everyone understand that new motion? It's made and seconded. So discussion or comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Which brings us to a discussion of schools, and I'm going to look to the council to determine whether anyone would like to discuss the question of schools or school impact given the agreement that we've been presented with by the school district. Councilman Rennie.
I would like to propose 2 policy additions. I understand that may not be necessary with a given agreement, although I think there's, the agreement could still fall apart, the developer could still leave, and if we get a new developer, I would like to propose 2 policy additions, both of the ones that were suggested by the Planning Commission. I'll go ahead and do the motions one at a time.
And if you could give us page or attachment references so we can maybe put it up on the board or see what you're referring to.
Okay, so on page 5-1, there's a list of policy, infrastructure, and public facility policies. And the suggestion from the Planning Commission was to add one that says the developers are encouraged to collaborate with school districts to address school needs.
So where would that be? Under policy 18, minimize school impacts? Or would that be separate?
I think the intent was to add it as an additional policy.
Okay, Mr. Paulson, did you put that up there?
I did.
I'm looking up. Can you tell us where that is? Is that in the 32 suggestions from the Planning Commission?
It is an Exhibit 18, Attachment 18. And so the one he's referring to is the first bullet under Chapter 5, Infrastructure and Public Facilities. So that would be an additional policy on page 5-1 or 5-2 as it may spill to.
My second motion is going to be the next policy under it.
Actually, why don't you just go ahead and include both of what you want now that we're figuring out where they are?
Okay, so all right, so then my motion would be to include both of the first 2 bullets under Chapter 5, Infrastructure and Public Facilities, add both of those as 2 new policies. Would you like me to read it?
No, but I'm gonna actually, now that I read the second bullet, I'm gonna ask you to make the motion separately. So the first one is the first bullet that's up on the board under Chapter 5, correct?
Correct.
And so your motion is to include that as a policy under Section 5 of the proposed specific plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilwoman Sayoc. Comments or questions on that motion with respect to the first bullet? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. And your second motion?
So my second motion is to include the second policy, bullet number 2, in Chapter 5, Infrastructure and Public Facilities.
Okay, is there a second on that one? Okay, that's going to fail for lack of a second.
Actually, I'll second that.
Councilwoman Sayoc is going to second it. Discussion on that motion. I will not support the motion because I am unclear on what developers shall work closely with school districts to project enrollment growth. I know that the school district independently does a demographic study every couple years, and I'm not sure what we'd be requiring of any developer if we were to add that. So I'm uncomfortable with adding that specific language. Vice Mayor Spector.
I'm not going to support the motion. I supported the first one because it was general enough to go in a good direction without mandating anything. The second one mandates, and so I'm not prepared to go there.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. It passes 3-2. Mayor Jensen and Vice Mayor Spector opposed. Okay, we've gone through our bullets, believe it or not.
Actually, Madam Mayor, could I add a couple of...
Yes, Councilwoman Sayoc, we have not gone through bullets?
Actually, maybe we have, but there were a couple I wanted to add on to.
Okay.
So on page 318 on the sustainability guidelines, given current conditions, drought conditions specifically, I'd like to change under 3.2.10 sustainability guidelines. For A, I'd like to delete promote and where feasible so that the sentence reads use of native and or drought tolerant plants in parking lot islands and other landscaped areas. Use native and or drought tolerant, excuse me.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I'm trying to figure out where that is. Do you have a page reference?
Yes, it's page 3-18, and it's under sustainability guidelines, which is 3.2.10, and letter A.
Okay, so as I understand your motion, is it a motion?
Yes. So
It's to make that mandatory rather than use the term promote?
correct.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Vice Mayor Spector?
I need clarification on the motion, since one of the things that we have stated earlier was the use of orchard trees, and it's not clear to me whether this sub-A here would be encompassing of that, because I know that walnuts are not drought tolerant.
Actually, that's actually a very good point. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I know parking lot islands, we specifically did not include parking lots under open space. So I was thinking that wasn't part of the common public space that the Historic Preservation Committee would be looking at. But I do see your point about now using orchard trees in these. Okay, well then let's just leave that as is. That's a good point.
So you're withdrawing the motion?
I'm withdrawing the motion.
Okay.
But what I would like, though, if I may, I will make a motion to include language into the sustainability guidelines to have the tree arborist work with the applicant in reviewing its landscaping plan to ensure that drought-tolerant plants are incorporated into its landscaping in conjunction with the Historic Preservation Committee.
Okay, so that's not simply for the orchard trees, which was your earlier
Correct.
motion, but it's for the entire project area.
Exactly.
Okay. I will second that. I'm not sure that I think it's strong enough, but I'll second the motion as it stands right now.
I'd be amenable to stronger language.
Well, I'm concerned, given the mandates from the governor, given my attendance at the Santa Clara County Water District Board last week, and mandates that I expect that we're going to be having with respect to water usage control, that we should have a plan, and maybe we won't have a drought one day, but if we continue with these conditions, then we wouldn't want to have a plan that I think is flexible in terms of what we allow for landscaping for water usage.
Right.
So
could we specify during drought conditions? Perhaps what I could do is looking at our, I don't know if it's a different appendix, but when there's a landscaping list, could we identify during drought conditions which are those that we would use and which are those that we would also look at if and when the drought is lifted, drought restrictions are lifted?
It's always tough because you never know when the drought's going to hit again. You've already planted trees or landscape. My suggestion, if you want to go back to your original motion, which was mandating it, but just doing an exemption for the orchard.
Okay, so I will go back to the original, mandating it with the exception of the orchard trees.
And that's fine with me as a seconder. Comments or questions on that motion? Councilman Rennie.
I do have a question. I like the idea, but I'm wondering if are there any kind of trees that are drought tolerant? So if we're sort of targeting the parking lot islands and so forth, and wouldn't we want some trees in the parking lot? But are there going to be any trees that are drought tolerant? Are we excluding any trees in the parking lot by doing this? I don't completely
my
know.
motion no longer is specific to parking lots. It's more just landscaping throughout the site.
With the exception of orchard trees, so we could put orchard trees in the parking lot then in order to get around the drought tolerant issue?
I suppose.
My understanding, if I may, as the seconder, was that we were taking 3.2.10 on page 3-18, section A, and instead of saying promote, saying mandate, and say except those orchard trees that are retained as part of the historic preservation district, whatever it might be. And then I'm assuming that we would use our regular guidelines and our town code and our other landscaping policies that are in development to figure out what trees, shrubs, plants, etc. would be acceptable. And I think there's got to be some tree. Saguaro cactus. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. And maybe it's because we're shooting from the hip right now. I'm not going to support the motion. And the reason I'm not going to support it is that it is dealing with competing interests because, yes, we might be saving water, but it's also not environmentally sound to have parking lots with no trees. And so the only trees I hear exempted are the orchard trees. And so I think that I won't support the motion. If I would support the possibility of having staff look at this again, but not the motion as it stands, because if you pass it, approve it, then you're creating another environmental impact, which is hot parking lots and streets.
Councilman Leonardis.
Just have some general comments on what you would do about things like lawns and swimming pools and those kinds of things. Obviously, we're all very sensitive to the drought, but I don't know where you draw the line and what do you do several years down the road. Hopefully the drought will no longer be here. It could be worse. It could be better. But I would want more information, as Vice Mayor Spector said, on some things with this.
Okay, we do have a motion that's been made and seconded. We can go forward with that motion, or we can consider whether we want to have this be another thing where we bring it back for additional information. So I'll look to the maker of the motion whether you want to keep the motion as it stands, and I'll call the question, or you want to reconsider it in light of the comments that have been made.
I appreciate the comments, but I think I'd like to keep it as it stands, and then move forward from there.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, it fails, or 3-2. Mayor Jensen and Councilwoman Sayoc opposed. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I voted against the motion, but the concept I thought was good. And I would move to ask staff, when they come back with us with their other items of information, that they revisit this subparagraph A and provide us with alternatives that, if possible, that are environmentally sound given the drought and are environmentally sound given the pavement throughout the proposed site.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Questions or comments on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. And Vice Mayor Spector, I see that I did not do the bullet on deciding bodies for North 40 applications. So we do have that remaining. Do we have comments or questions regarding that? And you can find that in your appendix book for the specific plan, letter E. So any comments, questions, and or a motion with respect to that section? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see. Some of it might be easy. There are a number of line items on this that deal with height exceptions and 35 versus 45. And given our prior motions, those would no longer be applicable. So I'm going to move that we delete from this discretionary approval summary table. They don't have any numbers or anything, but it's the height exceptions. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. And the one on that's also an exception, that's 7 down. So I'll just stop at that for now.
Okay. So you are keeping number 6, height exceptions, limited towers, spires, elevation, penthouses, or all 3 of the ones that refer to height?
I only found 2 that refer to height.
There's 3 right in the middle. If I number them, if I look at up there on that chart, box 1, 2, 3, 4. Boxes 5, 6, and 7 refer to height.
I'm going to include all of them. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I'll second it. Discussion or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Did you have further, Vice Mayor Spector?
Thank you. I'm trying to do the ones I consider sort of easy. I'm going to go down to the last 2. And it talks about, this is who's going to make the decisions. And they have one called minor specific plan amendment. And then they have one called the major specific plan amendment. I don't think those terms are sufficiently defined or specific to include them on a list and determine who is going to be making those decisions. So I would move to remove these 2 items as they're currently presented.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? I may second it, but I have a question for staff. Is minor specific plan amendment or major specific plan amendment defined somewhere in the proposal?
So that's on page 6-8, but let me just scan that real quick.
Six -8 of the specific plan?
Sorry, yeah, 6-8, and then 6-9 has examples of major amendments. So 6-9 really has the meat discussing minor and major, and provides examples of major, and has some provisions for minor amendments such as substantial conformance with the provisions of the specific plan, and doesn't include any, obviously, major amendments, and also allows the opportunity for the director to either make that decision, or ultimately I believe they can always forward anything to the Planning Commission.
And for the council's consideration, should the motion pass, staff would recommend that we use our typical process for general plan amendments, where the recommending body would be our Planning Commission, and the town council would essentially be the deciding body for all specific plan amendments. That's an opportunity for replacement language.
So my question is then, Ms. Privetti, if we used your option, these pages and sections that Mr. Paulson just referred to would be eliminated?
I think we still would want to clarify that there's an opportunity to amend the specific plan and what the process would be. We would simply be eliminating the ability of a community development director to make those decisions. All specific plan amendments would need to come forward and be recommended by or considered by the Planning Commission with final decision by Town Council.
So, Vice Mayor, you've made a motion. There's been no second yet. Does the information that has just been requested change your motion at all?
I'm thinking. Question of Ms. Pravetti. What do we do now? I think you may have just said it, but what do we do now when there is a request for an amendment of a major town document?
Well, the general plan is a very specific document, and state law requires the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the town council and for town council to be the deciding body. State law also governs specific plans, so that same procedure is in effect. Speaking as your current community development director, I would certainly feel much more comfortable if the deciding body was the town council on matters of changes to a specific plan, just because of the in-depth analysis, discussion, the significance of a specific plan. That's a lot of responsibility to put to your director.
All right, then in answer to the mayor's question, not because I don't think that Ms. Pravetti and company couldn't handle it, but because it is part of our general plan, and this document is akin to our general plan, yes, my motion will then stand.
Will stand. So your motion, as I understood, was just to eliminate lines 13 and 14 from the appendix.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Pravetti, would that affect what you've just been talking about?
If I may offer a suggestion, perhaps we strike line 13 and just acknowledge that any specific plan amendment would follow the procedure identified under line 14 as a suggestion.
To the maker of the motion, I would be prepared to second if that change was made.
That change is made. Thank you.
And then I'll second the motion. Other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. So now I think we've finished the bullets, and I'm looking to other people to tell me I haven't. Councilman Rennie.
You have finished the bullets, but I'd like to add another one.
You may.
It's not yet midnight. I apologize. Actually, it falls under circulation and streetscape policy, but I was so focused on bicycle, I forgot that. There, if Mr. Polson could go back and put back up the list. There, again, recommendation from the Planning Commission to add a policy that says, so it's attachment 18. It's going to go on page 4-1, and it's the top bullet. You had it right there. Top bullet, which says employ transit strategies to connect the North 40 with downtown, commercial centers, and other employment centers via light rail, transit, bus, bicycle paths, and trails. I don't think we have anything else in here in our specific plan that encourages this, and I think it's important to encourage the transit connections.
I'm sorry, but I still don't see what you've just read. I'm looking up there and I still don't see it.
So at the top bullet, where the quotations start, we would add a policy in section 4-1 that says employ transit strategies to connect the North 40 with downtown, commercial centers, and other employment centers via light rail, transit, bus, bicycle paths, and trails.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I see it. Okay, is that a motion then?
Yes, please.
Is there a second? Councilwoman Sayak?
I may second it, but it's a small technicality. Could we change by, and to or? Just because, for example, we don't have light rail transit. So that would say other employment centers via light rail transit, bus, bicycle paths, or trails. So it gives you an option in how you connect.
Sure, that sounds good to me.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Spector.
With that change, I will support the motion because prior to that change, it was a mandate and it was mandating items that probably could not occur.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Any other items that anyone wants to bring up right now? Or about the specific plan or about anything that you want to have discussed this evening? Okay, I don't see anything. We have several motions. Ms. Perfetti, I'm not going to have you go through them all tonight. You did tell us earlier that, and I can tell members of the audience that I think the outstanding issues were phasing, subsets of commercial space with office, landscaping, open space configurations, at least. And you told us that at least with the traffic part, you could get back to us in 2 weeks. With the other additional information, what's your estimate of when you could come back?
I think given the recommendations and the motions that were made this evening, there are some significant changes to the specific plan document. For example, removing all of the height exceptions, making sure there's internal consistency between definitions, and those changes alone, given other workload, I would estimate that it's going to take us at least 4 weeks, and we may need the assistance of our consultants to pull that document together, because we would like you to see something that was a little bit more finished, just to make sure that everything is hanging together consistently. So I would estimate that we're going to need at least a month. The priority for the planning division, given our May 31st housing element deadline, is the housing element. And so I don't want to promise that we're going to be able to work on the North 40 until we're really complete with the housing element.
Vice Mayor.
A question of the mayor and staff. I don't know what the procedure is right now on this item. Do we need a date certain, or could it be a date that's determined by the mayor and staff?
That was my question.
Thank you. We do need a date certain because this is a noticed public hearing.
Question of mayor and staff. Do we know what's pending on the 2nd and the 15th? Okay, well then.
We can consult, but the 16th is probably better, correct, Ms. Brevetti?
Yes, the 16th is when the council is scheduled to consider strategic goals and hear about our accomplishments in achieving the goals that were set. Last time, June 2nd, I believe the venue, the Youth Commission is hoping to have responses to the proposal, so there are some other business items that are moving forward for your consideration.
Okay, so I neglected to recall that we were doing strategic goals on the 16th, so maybe it makes sense to do it on the 2nd. And I'm getting nodding. So I will make the motion to continue this matter to June 2nd and look to see if there's a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously, and we will see you all on June 2nd, if not before.